Dear friends of the ocean, 5 years ago, Norway and 8 other nations adopted the International Declaration Against Transnational Organized Crime in the Global Fishing Industry, right here in UN City in Copenhagen. Today, 51 countries support that declaration. That is almost 1/3 of all ocean states in the world. Nevertheless, we encourage more ocean states to sign this declaration. It is crucial. Our common goal is crystal clear: to fight organized crime in the global fishing industry. Why is this so important? Well, because illegal fishing harms the ocean and seriously undermines sustainable development. It distorts markets and sustains corruption, harms the environment, and last but not least, undermines human rights. So, dear friends, there is an additional dimension to this. Food from the ocean is an essential part of our blue economy and pivotal for food security, and particularly important for us as coastal states. That is why all these factors brought together, we must join forces, we must think smart, think creative, and share knowledge across agencies and across borders. This is, in addition, very much in line with the agenda of the high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy, which I have the honor to co-chair. In the future, innovations and new digital tools will facilitate this global movement and make our blue justice community even better and stronger. It will help us manage the vital resources in the ocean in a sustainable manner. So, dear friends of the ocean, only a healthy and rich ocean makes life on Earth possible. Let's continue to join forces and let's continue to fight organized crime in the global fishing industry. We have done it before and we can do it again, today and for generations to come.
Good morning everyone, and welcome to the Blue Justice Conference. My name is Elizabeth Gabrielsen. I'm a Director General in the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Fisheries in Norway, and I will be the moderator for this high-level part of the conference. Before we start the opening ceremony, I want to share some practical information. Please note that there are prayer rooms available on the first floor. For colleagues that are observing Ramadan, iftar will be served in the Indian Ocean Lounge at 6:30. After this opening ceremony, we will have a quick photo here at the stage with all the ministers. Now, please welcome Mr. Vandel to the stage for his opening remarks and a brief security check.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, Ministers, honorable delegates, colleagues and friends. On behalf of the UN City, it's a great honor to welcome you to the second Blue Justice Conference here in Copenhagen. This is an important conference. Just a few days ago, we were told in no uncertain terms by the IPCC scientists that we have to act now or it's too late. Our world needs climate action on all fronts, everywhere, everything, and all at once, the Secretary General told us. Protecting the health of our oceans is part of that urgent call to action, and this month has been an important one in that regard. Earlier this month, as you all know, the high sea treaty marked an historic breakthrough following two decades of negotiations on a legal framework for parts of the ocean outside national boundaries. The Secretary General rightly described this as a victory for multilateralism. And here's the UN City today. We see another successful multilateral effort to protect our oceans and the people relying on them, this time to combat transitional organized crime in the global fishing industry. This is a very proud moment for us here at the UN City. 5 years ago, the Copenhagen Declaration, signed in this same building, highlighted the importance of global cooperation in addressing the threats posed by crime in fisheries. Those threats are wide-ranging, from impacting the economy to harming the environment and undermining human rights. Support for this declaration has only grown over the years, including strong support for the world's coastal states that you represent here today. This continued support is important. The Blue Justice Initiative is another example of what network multilateralism looks like when it's most effective. It is issue-based, it is evolutionary, and it has a clear focus on impact and change. And as such, it will be able to make tangible progress towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Today's event offers an opportunity to look at what has worked in this collaborative effort and what needs strengthening. Creative solutions and digital tools are key here, and I look forward to learn more about this. Moving forward, the global conversation continues on how we can make peace with nature, including our oceans. And these valuable initiatives continue. I want to end this with a call to action from the UN Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohammed, who says, position our ocean at the heart of our decision-making, because the health of humanity is inextricably linked to the health of our seas. And with that, I wish you a fruitful 2 days at this important conference. Thank you very much.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, friends of the oceans, it's wonderful to see you here today. Welcome to the UN City and welcome to the Blue Justice Conference 2023.
Let us begin by expressing our appreciation to all of you for being here today. 41 ministers are participating in today's conference. This number illustrates the importance the international community places on fighting fisheries crime.
And fisheries crime involves a range of illegal activities, including illegal fishing, human trafficking, corruption, money laundering, and document, tax, and customs fraud. And these crimes undermine the future we all seek.
The countries represented here today face different challenges and different possibilities. But we have one important thing in common. We all depend on our ocean economies. A blue economy that is sustainable, that embraces economic opportunities, creates jobs, and provides food, while preserving the health of the ocean ecosystem.
And one of the largest challenges in the world today is securing food and nutrition security for a growing world population. Norway recently launched a new strategy for food security focusing on sub-Saharan Africa. This strategy focuses or promotes aquatic food as an important food source and contributing factor to sustainable food systems and food security. The Blue Justice Initiative aims to promote sustainable ocean governance and combat fisheries crime to ensure that communities around the world have access to sustainable seafood and can continue to rely on the ocean as a source of food and livelihoods.
The Copenhagen Declaration states that organized crime in the global fishing industry has a serious effect on the economy. It distorts markets, harms the environment, and undermines human rights. Fisheries crime creates poverty. Against this backdrop, we are working to improve international and interagency cooperation through our digital communication platform, Blue Justice Community, in partnership with the UNDP. Through the Blue Justice Initiative, we are considering the possibility of using the Blue Justice Community Platform for worldwide sharing of the AIS data collected by the Norwegian fleet of micro-satellites. We believe This will be of great value and an important contribution to address fisheries crime.
We must continue to share knowledge and experience to improve fisheries law enforcement, to protect our oceans from unsustainable fishing. We must encourage innovative thinking and use available digital tools to improve international, regional, and interagency cooperation. Through the Copenhagen Declaration and Blue Justice Initiative, we can strengthen political support, enhance monitoring and control measures, and promote sustainable ocean governance. To combat fisheries crime, we need close cooperation, better knowledge sharing, and stronger action. And this is why we are all here today.
We wish you all a productive day. We look forward to seeing how our joint efforts will move the world towards a sustainable and fair blue economy free of fisheries crime. Thank you.
And let's step up together for the sake of our oceans and our common future. Thank you.
So much for the inspiring words from Minister Tvinnereim and Minister Skjæran. Could I please invite all the ministers to the stage for a family photo? Thank you. Thank you, everybody. That was probably the most difficult task we had today. We're going to have a group photo later today as well, so you all have a chance to smile to the cameras. Now, please welcome Director of External Relations and Advocacy at UNDP, Mr. Ulrika Möder, to give her opening speech.
Honorable ministers, dear friends of the oceans, it's a great honor for me on behalf of United Nations Development Programme also to welcome you to the Blue Justice Conference here in Copenhagen. I would like to thank Mr. Jens Wendel, my former UNDP colleague and friend who is hosting us here in the UN city today. But of course, I would not least like to thank the government of Norway for your strong and steadfast support towards the Blue Justice community. Thank you to Prime Minister Störe, to Minister Twinnerheim and Minister Sharon for your kind opening remarks, but not least for the initiative to bring us together. And finally, of course, as I said, a warm welcome to all of you, honorable ministers, regional secretariats, and participating delegations from 38 countries participating in today's conference. As we know, and as was mentioned, the oceans have a key role in addressing the triple planetary crisis. Climate change, as was mentioned, biodiversity loss and pollution. And the ocean, as we also know, produce half of the oxygen that we breathe. Every second breath comes from the ocean. It represents an impressive 95% of the planet's biosphere and is the world's largest carbon sink. Marine living resources currently regarded as contributing to more than ever before to food security and nutrition, as all of you are aware of. It's 17% of all animal proteins consumed in 2019, reaching 23% in lower middle income countries and more than 50% in parts of Asia and Africa. In 2020, global marine capture fisheries production was 78.8 million tons, and it is estimated that 600 million people worldwide depend on the sector for their livelihoods. Yet, as all of you know, the oceans and its resources are under threat, under serious threat. This includes the overexploitation and unsustainable use of marine living resources. The United Nations Development Programme, or UNDP, as you know, it supports countries and governments in seeking global solutions to these challenges. This includes, and this is of course the reason why we are here and continuously engaged in the initiative, the criminal activity in the global fishing industry, which undermines seriously the Sustainable Development Goals and poses serious threats to marine ecosystems, to the economic development, and global food security. And UNDP is well placed to support. We have the largest oceans portfolio in the UN system, and we are a leading organization when it comes to supporting governments in finding system solutions to address problems, with our presence in 170 countries in the world. Housed through the UNDP's Nordic Representation Office, the Blue Resilience Project is a global governance project that supports effective cross-sectoral cooperation across government institutions and across borders to build resilience in fisheries crime. The Blue Resilience Project is funded by Norway and part of the Blue Justice Initiative, and it supports national partners to operationalize the International Ministerial Declaration against the Transnational Organized Crime and the Global Fishing Industry, known as we know as the Copenhagen Declaration. It was initially signed by 9 countries here in Copenhagen, as we were told, in 2018, but now we have 51 nations engaging in this unique platform of learning, of knowledge sharing and action. The declaration underscores the centrality of cross-sectoral global cooperation in addressing these threats. This is also how we can move things forward in a much faster pace and actually keep up with the pace of those who are threatening the sustainable future of the oceans and the communities depending on them. In today's conference, we celebrate the commitment to the declaration, but more than that, we really want to see that we can use and enlarge this platform and make action happen in the countries that we are here to serve. The treaty that was signed in the UN with regards to the high seas just last week is of course a victory to multilateralism, as Jens Wandel also said, but there is so much more to be done. Rest assured that UNDP will continue to accompany these processes, and that you, as you go back to your countries and work also with other countries and your communities, can seek our support, and that we jointly also with other colleagues in the UN and beyond will do our utmost to see to that this declaration actually becomes a reality in the countries with the communities that we're here to serve. We continue to support national partners to reach the goals that you set for the times ahead. I wish you all a successful conference and that you will leave inspired and that we can continue to see action with regards to these important issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ulrika. Next up to speak is Mr. Milton Houghton, which is the Executive Director of the Caribbean Regional Fisheries Mechanism Secretariat. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, Madam Chairperson. Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to all of you. It is an honor for me to address this highly esteemed gathering on behalf of the CRFM. We are delighted to be part of this important international conference to discuss one of the critical issues facing our region and the world. Indeed, the UN General Assembly in 1999 identified IUU fishing as, and I quote, one of the most severe problems affecting world fisheries. I am pleased that we have made significant strides since then in addressing IUU and fisheries crime. However, fisheries crime remains a major and exceedingly difficult problem for many developing countries with large ocean space, but with limited capacity and resources to monitor and protect their maritime domain. The 17 CRFM member states are highly dependent on the coastal and marine resources. The fish stocks in our waters not only provide significant source of food and nutrition for our people, but also contribute substantially to livelihoods, economic activities, trade, recreation, culture, and socioeconomic stability of many rural communities. However, the pillage and plunder of our marine resources by illegal operators and their engagement in other criminal activities, such as narcotics, small arms, and people trafficking, are major concerns for us. These activities undermine the investments and sacrifices of our governments and stakeholders to protect, manage, and use our fishery resources sustainably, to improve economic development, eradicate poverty, etc. For these reasons, the member states of the CRFM are resolutely committed to combating IUU fishing and other forms of fisheries crime in the Caribbean through regional cooperation and concerted action. To support our commitment and determination, the CRFM, along with our member states and partners, have developed a number of regional policies and instruments to promote the sustainable use of our marine living resources, including, for example, the Caribbean Community Common Fisheries Policy, the Castries Declaration on Combating IUU Fishing, the Regional Strategy and Action Plan to Combat IUU Fishing, the wider regional working group on IUU fishing. We have also been actively engaged in international fora to advocate for stronger and appropriate measures to combat fisheries crime, considering the special needs of small island developing states. And this includes working with the Food and Agriculture Organization, the Western Central Atlantic Fisheries Commission, UNODC, and the WTO on the subsidies negotiations, and all to promote sustainable use of our marine resources. We prepared and submitted a very comprehensive amicus brief to the International Tribunal on the Law of the Sea when they considered case 21, dealing with IUU fishing and state responsibility. In December of 2020, we participated in a virtual Blue Justice Conference focused on the theme, fostering cooperation towards a fair blue economy free from fisheries crime. Following that conference, in May of 2021, the Ministerial Council of the CRFM at their 15th regular meeting adopted Resolution MC 15/6 of 2021 entitled Resolution Regarding the Copenhagen Declaration on Transnational Organized Crime in the Global Fishing Industry and the Blue Justice Initiative. The Council expressed strong support for the declaration and the Blue Justice Initiative and exhorted CRFM member states to sign the declaration. The Council also mandated the Secretariat, CRFM Secretariat, to convene a special ministerial meeting to allow countries wishing to do so to sign the declaration. And this conference was held in October of 2021. And 12 CRFM countries signed the declaration together in October 2021. Several of the ministers are participating in this meeting today, in person or virtually. I am also pleased to announce that the minister responsible for fisheries from the Commonwealth of Dominica will be signing the declaration during this conference, bringing 13 CRFM member states. In closing, let me say again that fisheries crime remains a serious matter for the Caribbean. We therefore remain committed to working together with each other and with our development partners and stakeholders to strengthen efforts to eradicate fisheries crime in our countries. Finally, please permit me to express our profound gratitude to the government of Norway for their commitment and support for Blue Justice. Thank you very much, and may God bless you.
Thank you so much. We will take a short reset. Thank you, everybody, for handling that situation so respectfully. The medical team has arrived and he's getting proper care. So then let's resume this session. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's an impressive high-level participation at the conference today. During the upcoming 3 sessions, we will hear about the challenges of fisheries crime from 41 ministers and other speakers. In light of that, and that we're running a bit behind schedule, please try to be brief and not speak for more than 3 minutes. And if we may all collaborate so we can have a quite swift shift at stage here. Let's start this part of the program with one of the largest countries in Africa, Angola, and Her Excellency Carmen dos Santos, Minister of Fisheries and Marine Resources. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Bom dia a todos. Peço que coloquem os
Good morning, everyone. I ask you to put your headsets so we can continue. As I have 3 minutes, I'm going to start by thanking you for being here alongside with so many countries, and we're going to have so many partnerships. Your Excellency, presidents of the conference, dear ministers and representatives of the governments, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, in the global context of today, the cooperation among international and national agencies is vital so we can face the crimes of the fish industry. These crimes are a threat of natural resources in our region and of other regions that attempt against food security. As a threat, one of the IUU fishing. whose impact is catastrophic for the economy, for the social and environmental settings. From the experiences that we have, Angola is prepared to share some initiatives with other countries that strengthen the cooperation in the international cooperation and also regional cooperation. We commit ourselves to work with the countries in the region to contribute with the development of capacities and support of the implementation of a better legislation and regulation for fishing. We work to implement rules that limit the accessibility to crime as well. As an example, we are committed to companies and also the better surveillance and the transparency in the processes connected to the activities. Dear ladies and gentlemen, it's very important to educate the population so we can develop creative and collaborative solutions in the framework of the adoption of the sea rights to face the problems that are brought to us as, for example, the IUU fishing that make countries, developing countries, fundamentally more fragile. In the international context and globalization that we live, this distinction between the external and internal dimension and the answers are vital. So we need to structure, we need to seek solutions that are more coordinated, that have to be implemented to many levels. I am talking about local, national, regional, and global levels. Ladies and gentlemen, in this context, we need to seek partnerships to develop surveillance policies, to develop local structure and improve the access to information. For Angola, it's important that local and international governments are involved in the implementation of better measures of protection to the population and natural resources. Also, we would like to work to sensitize the governments in order to limit the exploitation of oceans, also the coastal zones, and promote economies, blue economies, based on sustainable fishing. We have a great challenge ahead of us to deal with exploitation of natural resources, habitats, many types of crime related to the fishing industry. And therefore, to prepare for these matters, Angola will adhere to the Blue Justice Initiative led by the UNDP. We intend to benefit ourselves from the Blue Justice through the digital platform of the community. Once this platform provides the government authorities the capacity to lead and to deal with the crimes that we are working here. Also, the access to cybersecurity to improve the investigation and monitoring of the fishing industries and other crimes that are related. Angola wants to take advantage of these innovative tools that support the Blue Justice Initiative and that provide information about fishing activities, the habitats in the sea, and also to be accountable for the monitorization of the processes. These are tools, these are digital tools that bring innovation and that are essential for the objectives that we want, for a more sustainable, more responsible sea, for the environment and also for the economy. Therefore, Angola has to strengthen this fish law, promote the cooperation among countries, engage on the sustainable fishing, engage the communities about sustainable and legal practices. And here is a commitment with our strong engagement and also the civil society, the companies, the NGOs to make sure that these policies are adopted so we can effectively fight illegal crime. So Angola is concerned, Angola is attentive, but also Angola is committed to take on a active role to protect oceans. Thank you very much for your attention. And as we say in Angola, we are together on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We move on to our next speaker, His Excellency Carlos Melos, Vice Minister of Fisheries and Agriculture from Brazil.
Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, on the behalf of Minister André de Paula, it's with great pleasure that I address you, friends of the oceans, announce the return of the Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture in Brazil. President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva took an important decision in demonstration of the relevance of this sector for Brazil and the world, and gave us the mission to improve fishery management in our country. The signature and Brazil's commitment addressed to the Copenhagen Declaration is an important decision and milestone and will be one of our guides to combat crimes in global fishing industry. Significant recent advances will be continued in the current administration, such as improvements in the monitoring and control system, with emphasis on sustainable use of fisheries resources. In compliance with the SDG 14 and 17, we will take care of traditional fishing communities, valuing cultures and ways of life. On the other hand, areas that have received less attention will be strengthened to professionalize and modernize our public policies. For example, statistical data maintains and stock assessments. The ministry works in a collaborative approach towards other agencies and ministries, while reinforcing our sovereignty and, as example, on a new marine national policy, bringing to the light important concepts such as blue economy, maritime mentality, and maritime situational awareness, which are aligned to the principles of Copenhagen Declaration. Throughout this conference, we look forward to hearing experience in interagency collaboration and international collaboration to fight international crime in the fishing sector. We also emphasize the importance of recognizing the existence of these crimes and the need to share information to undermine it. Estimated colleagues, our ministry has returned to international forums in recognition of the importance of multilateral efforts to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, seeking to conserve and promote the sustainable use of the oceans, seas, and marine resources, while generating quality jobs, income, and fighting hunger. Our continent-wide and diverse nation has the challenge to promote sustainable and inclusive growth, with the guideline of leaving no one behind. And alongside with other developing countries, we are counting on international cooperation to do so. With our best wishes for a fruitful meeting, we thank the government of Denmark for hosting this conference and commit ourselves to actively build action plans for fulfill Copenhagen Declaration's objectives. We still have a lot to do, but we'll be together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let me introduce His Excellency Vincent, Minister of Culture, Creative Industries and the Sea from Cape Verde.
Muito bom dia a todos, caros colegas, excelências, senhores ministros.
Good morning, everyone. Dear ministers, I would like to congratulate the UN for the organization and the government of Denmark. Your Excellency, Green Cape only has 4,000 square kilometers. and we have 250,000 square kilometers of economic activity. The first in the Western Africa and the 360th in the world. We have a coast and a geographic situation that is in the sector, the fishing sector represents a great number of jobs for the contribution of food security and also for the payment balance and also for the GDP of the country. The fishing in Cape Verde and also industries, the capacity does not reach the coast, and we can consider one of the countries that less contribute for the fish and also for the exploration of ocean resources in the world. However, its geographic localization in the Atlantic and the proximity to one of the warmest zones in the world generates real concerns. And we have a privileged role to control security for the illegal fishing, for the IUU fishing. Although the surveillance of the country does not show a great context in the world, we have an importance of our region and we generate more pressure in other states. Cape Verde is also a target and a victim of the very bad and harmful effects of IUU fishing. Something that affects the strategy of the country and based essentially as the second pillar of the tourism, of blue economy, and sustainable development. The state has assumed since the beginning to combat IUU fishing. We implemented some instruments, some of which can be highlighted. The implementation of a coastal police, of a marine police, internal administration, inspection of fishing that are inserted in the Sea Ministry. So Cape Verde has 3 ministries. The creation of fish inspectors for fiscalization, the expansion of and the modernization of the surveillance, and also plans for marine resources where the IUU fishing is typified as crime. Organizations, ratification of international convention treaties, the conservation of the oceans, and also marine species. We highlighted the UN agreements and also the Code for Sustainable Fishing and the plan to eliminate IUU fishing. Also, Cape Verde was recently accepted by FITI for transparency of fishing. The agreement has been discussed and we have a vinculative agreement to fight IUU fishing, and it's essential to accomplish and take decisions that fight IUU fishing. About the regional level, Cape Verde wants to bring important initiatives to the plenary as the second Blue Belt meeting organized by Morocco. The subcommission meeting for fishing in Dakar, the adoption by the Portuguese speaking countries of the IUU fishing. So in this sense, it is evident that at the regional level, Cape Verde has been a partner, has followed all the agreements. So it's now the time for the cooperation to be strengthened through the engagement of the big countries, of large industries that de facto have provoked an enormous impact in our oceans. It's not possible to continue to close our eyes to those that really impact the ocean. All global actions must be implemented locally. The African countries, not just in our region, but the speaking Portuguese community they engage and they demand that the measures are implemented through our governments. The global actions with global impacts need to be implemented by local governments that know our realities and know our coastal zones and can, in a fast and efficient way and with immediate impact, implement these measures. That is why the access to climate fund, to green fund, to international funds must be preferably designed to be through our governments and not through international organizations or non-governmental organizations. It's impossible that NGOs have so much impact that governments that were elected by our people to govern and implement real policies. It's not possible to accept the continuity of policies that create parallel organizations to the government to implement policies that really have the impact in our communities and can implement policies that impact lives in the short and medium term. That is why Cape Verde is engaged in the empowerment of small countries and coastal states, as the states that are represented here, but also through our speaking Portuguese community. It's fundamental that the powers lie with the governments and the resources lie with the governments. All the global impacts and actions start with respect by the national sovereignty and by the power of national communities to implement the real actions. It's time to act locally, to respect the national sovereignty, and to respect the transfer of resources in a fast way so governments can really impact and combat the degradation of our oceans that we can see today. And as a representative of a great ocean state with almost 400,000 square kilometers to manage, Cape Verde demands that this conference is not just another conference, that we have concrete measures and that once again we're going to engage on them and that we're going to take care of our people and our humankind. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Please welcome Ambassador Sylvia Annan on behalf of Minister of Fisheries and Agriculture in Ghana.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I stand on the existing protocols as mentioned on this platform. It is an honor and privilege for Ghana to participate in this year's Blue Justice Conference being held in the beautiful city of Copenhagen, and particularly at the spectacular UN city. On behalf of the government of Ghana, I seize this opportunity to convey gratitude to the government of Norway and the United Nations Development Program for organizing the conference. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the fisheries sector contributes significantly to the social and economic development of Ghana. It is estimated that over 3 million people are employed along the value chain of the sector, and generally, fish accounts for over 60% of animal protein intake by the Ghanaian population. Additionally, it is a source of foreign currency revenue as the country earns over $200 million annually from the export of fish and fishery products. In recent times, however, the sector has been faced with challenges resulting in over-exploitation of fishery resources, especially the small pelagic species, depletion of some fish species, declining profits of some fishing operations, and prevalence of poverty in fishing communities. Illegal, unreported, and unregulated IUU fishing and overfishing have been identified as the main cause of the current challenging state of the fisheries sector in Ghana. The common forms of IUU fishing include transshipment at sea between industrial trawlers and artisanal canoes, illegally modified gears by industrial trawlers to illegally catch small pelagic fish, fishing of industrial trawlers in the inshore exclusive zone, and fishing by light attraction to target juvenile fishes. These IUU practices have drawn negative international pressure on Ghana, resulting in a yellow card being issued by the European Union. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the 2023 Blue Justice Conference and its positive theme is therefore very opportune and appropriate as Ghana undertakes all necessary and relevant measures to confront and resolve the current challenges of the fisheries sector. The government of Ghana acknowledges the importance of a legal infrastructure as a basis for deterrent measures to address the challenges of fisheries crime. In this regard, the government in 2014 and 2015 enacted the Fisheries Amendment Act 880 and Fisheries Amendment Regulations LI 2217, respectively, to address IUU and prescribe deterrent penalties for offenders. Penalty imposed on offenders range from $1 million to $4 million. Under the direction of Ghana's Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture Development, Honorable Mavis Hawa Kumsen, measures have been put in place to completely stop illicit transshipment at sea between industrial trawlers and local canoes. The ministerial directive on specifications for trawl gear was issued in July 2022 to avoid catching some pelagic fishes and also allow juvenile fish to escape. All industrial trawlers are to change the gear to conform to the new specifications. This is now one of the conditions for renewal of fishing license. Vessel monitoring and automatic identification system have been deployed on all industrial trawlers and tuna vessels to monitor their activities at sea, and observers are deployed on all industrial trawlers and tuna vessels for fishing trips to monitor their activities. Ladies and gentlemen, the government of Ghana shares the opinion that no one country can tackle fisheries crime and is therefore committed to regional approach towards the menace. Accordingly, Ghana has signed significant protocols of the Fisheries Committee for the West Central Gulf of Guinea with respect to Regional Observer Program, Joint Sea Patrol, and Regional Monitoring and Control Center. In recent times, the activities of pirates in Ghana waters have been on the increase, resulting in attacks of 6 Ghanaian tuna vessels in 2021 and 2022, and leading to the temporary measure of personnel of the Ghana Navy being deployed on tuna vessels on sea trips. At the Ocean Conference held on the 2nd and 3rd of March 2023, the government of Ghana announced its commitment to ensure 100% deployment of economic monitoring systems, including video cameras, global positioning systems, and remote sensors on industrial trawlers and tuna vessels licensed to fish in Ghana's exclusive economic zone by 2025. A pilot phase is scheduled to start in April-May 2023. In conclusion, I convey Ghana's pledge and support for the Blue Justice Initiative by the government of Norway and the Blue Resilience Project being implemented by the UNDP. I wish to take the opportunity to also request for assistance under the Blue Resilience Project to build Ghana's capacity to tackle fisheries crime in her maritime waters. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. The next speaker, Ms. Kusvardani, Head of Delivering Unit on behalf of the Minister of Marine Affairs and Fisheries in Indonesia.
Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a great pleasure to be here on behalf of the Minister of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, the Republic of Indonesia. As the largest archipelagic state and mega marine biodiversity, Indonesia fully understands that our marine ecosystem and its rich blue carbon biodiversity shall play a key role in regulating ocean health. In light of this, Indonesia commits to creating a healthy and sustainable ocean, fighting unsustainable fishing practices and crimes in the fisheries sector, and developing a blue economy. Previously, the control for capture fishery activities in Indonesia's fisheries management area is operated only through permit issuance, resulting in excessive capture. Unquestionably, this condition would affect the sustainability of the fish stocks. Indonesia's blue economy policy transforms fisheries management from input to output control. Fishers are harvested according to a quota system and landed at selected fishing ports to maintain sustainability and promote responsible fishing practices. Regulation is essential to ensure the policy is working correctly. Thus, a quota-based fishing policy is implemented by an already enacted regulation, Government Regulation Number 11/2023. It is a legal framework for fisheries quota distribution and its utilization in 6 designated fishing zones. Ensuring compliance with such quota requirements, it outlines administrative sanctions for the offenders. When the regulation puts in place, it would address overfishing and achieve legal, reported, and regulated fishing. The quota-based policy will restrict the number of fishing vessels through an administrative approach to counter fisheries offenses. All fishing vessels, including artisanal fishing boats, would have a single identity and be required to install the VMS and report the fisher catch through an electronic fishing logbook. It aims to reduce a vessel that may use more than one identity appearing under different names, flags, and so on in other jurisdictions and records. The monitoring process for the policy will also improve satellite-based surveillance capability and strengthen community-based patrol. We developed a satellite and IoT-based surveillance system to optimize data and information transfer from command centers to patrol vessels and targeted fishing boats and vice versa. Supporting those efforts, we developed surveillance system hardware, train our fisheries officers, install maritime dispatch, and deploy unmanned aerial vehicles in IUU fishing hotspot areas to strengthen the surveillance system. To support the downstream fishing process, we established the National Fish Traceability System, an electronic record of traceability and logistic of fish and fishery products that integrate data to ensure the traceability and availability of fish and fishery products from capture, distribution, and processing to marketing chain. A transparent fish market and its supply chain will incentive the fishery business and promote compliance. Indonesia will not be able to safeguard our ocean alone. Meanwhile, we know that goods and services from the Indonesian Sea benefit the global community, which also requires an international contribution. Therefore, we need to collaborate and synergy with other countries' efforts. I thank you.
Thank you so much. We now have a representative from Kenya speaking on behalf of Cabinet Secretary Murai. The floor is yours.
Ministers, Excellencies, the moderator, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the Honorable Salim Vuria, the Cabinet Secretary of Mining, Blue Economy, and Maritime Affairs, who is unable to be here. Kenya appreciates the governments of Denmark and Norway for organizing this very important and timely event. The blue economy offers a great promise to countries such as Kenya, which has identified the sector as a new frontier for sustainable development. However, the sector is facing several challenges which need enhanced international partnership and collaboration to address. Illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing remains one of the greatest threats to marine and aquatic ecosystems. IUU undermines national and regional efforts to manage fisheries sustainably and conserve marine biodiversity. It exploits weak management regimes, in particular those of developing countries lacking the capacity and resources to effective monitoring, control, and surveillance. IUU leads to collapse of local fisheries, especially small-scale fisheries in developing countries. Products derived from IUU fishing economically choke local food supply chain and distort global markets. It undermines livelihoods, food security, and exacerbates poverty. A substantial amount of fishing in the West Indian Ocean is either illegal, unreported, or unregulated. With thousands of authorized vessels registered with the Indian Ocean Tuna Commission, it can be difficult to discern the good actors from the bad unless they are caught in the act. IUU fishing concerns all aspects and stages of capture and utilization of fish and may be associated with organized crime. Vessels can offload illegally caught fish into larger transshipment vessels at sea. Transshipment thus enables such vessels to launder their landings by mixing with illegally caught fish before offloading the combined catch at distant ports. These practices undermine legal markets. In recent years, a number of illegal fishing vessels have been associated with piracy, the transfer of arms and drugs, the transfer of weapons of mass destruction, the use of slave labor, and an indentured servitude, money laundering, fraud, terrorism, and murder. The high cost of surveillance and enforcement in the maritime domain increases Kenya's vulnerability to illegal fishing and associated maritime crimes. Maritime criminals take advantage of unpatrolled waters to steal our valuable fisheries resources and conduct other illicit activities with impunity. Illegal fishing is also a leading cause of fisheries conflict, as growing competition over fish causes overfishing and stock decline. The conflict is alive in our region and has spawned civil protests, police action, mass arrests, cross-border violence, and even armed conflict over these resources. Conservative figures point that Kenya loses an estimated $140 million annually to illegal fishing activities in its EEZ. The lack of adequate resources, training, technical skills, and expertise in fisheries law enforcement, and inadequate experience in maritime domain awareness undermines effective monitoring, control, and surveillance capacity. As a result, the vast majority of our fisheries officers are unable to investigate, properly gather, collect, or preserve evidence that meets standards for prosecution and conviction of offenders. Therefore, additional training and capacity building to regulatory officials to better detect fisheries crimes, identify relevant fish species, carry out investigations, and gather evidence to successfully prosecute the accused persons is very important. Kenya has taken several steps aimed at strengthening fisheries regulations to improve fisheries management. Multi-agencies partnership is a key component in collecting intelligence and investigating illegal actions that affect the fisheries value chains. There is no doubt that high-quality intelligence is the backbone of law enforcement at sea, given the vast amount of space that must be covered through limited capacities. Unfortunately, Kenya still has low capacity to achieve full-time maritime domain awareness. Maritime domain awareness is vital to combating illegal fishing, creating maritime security, and developing the blue economy. Knowledge of what is happening at sea, whether it is criminal activity or not, and an understanding of maritime patterns of life are essential to identify and prevent threats and to inform operations and policies. Some MDA functions in the West Indian Ocean are being provided by international actors like the European Union's Naval Force Atlanta. These multilateral naval missions have responded effectively to piracy, conducted surveillance of regional waters, handled communication between law enforcement agencies, and coordinated responses to incidents or threats. The United Nations Office of Drugs and Crime, UNODC, has also been key in tackling maritime crimes in the West Indian Ocean. Most West Indian Ocean coastal states, including Kenya, have taken the lead in fighting illegal fishing through regional partnerships and collaborations, including intergovernmental organizations. In conclusion, I wish to suggest the following to strengthen national interagency coordination and cooperation. Establishment of sub-regional maritime coordination centers with representatives from relevant maritime agencies from cooperating states. This will enhance both regional and national collaboration in the fight against IUU fishing. Secondly, establishment of a fishing vessel database domiciled and analyzed at the coordination center. Thirdly, legal reforms to enable IUU fishing addressed as a serious economic and food security crime in all legal statutes with maritime relevance. The impact of legal fishing should be emphasized at high-level decision-making forums, nationally and regionally. Finally, Kenya welcomes you all to Nairobi for the Climate Action Summit, which will be hosted in September 2023. During this summit, the important role the ocean plays in regulating our climate and the state of its continuous decline will be a central point of discussion. I thank you and God bless you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is His Excellency Tofinga, Minister of Justice from Kiribati.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Our host, Excellencies and Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you all warm greetings from the government and the people of Kiribati, from the Maori. Madam Moderator, at the outset, allow me to take this time and join fellow guest speakers to thank our hosts and organizers for this auspicious gathering. Let me commend the positive insight of my fellow ministers in recognizing collective and significant roles in addressing transnational crime in fisheries, and further in identifying the important role of digital innovation to respond to this emerging global challenge. Kiribati recognizes the evolving nature of organized crime that can also penetrate fishery industries, and with advanced technology, we could boast even more complex threats. We realize that in this digital era, cutting-edge technology should also be used to disrupt the advancements of criminal enterprises. Efforts in Kiribati and in the Pacific at large has always been to address issues in relation to IUU fishing and welfare of observers and crews on board fishing vessels. Though human trafficking and smuggling may not exist in Kiribati or not gaining much attention, it may be happening in our vast EEZ without realizing it. In the Kiribati legal context, and there are established measures to counteract subjected crimes embodied in our Act. Measures to combat terrorism and transnational organized crime Act of 2005 aligned to the Convention of Transnational Crime. The Kiribati Vision for 20 years, also known as KV20, placed fisheries as one of the key enablers for attaining Kiribati's development aspirations and way of life. With governance in place, failing to detect the well-choreographed criminal activities will undermine the enforcement of our Act and achievement of our KV20, and even encourage criminals to continue illegal and unethical activities. I am hopeful that through the Copenhagen Declaration and the high-level commitment of similar objectives, we should be able to step up in our support and adopt innovative solutions to combat transnational crimes in fisheries sectors globally. In addition, there is a need to improve integration of fisheries and border security in general to combat this problem once and for all. Madam Moderator, in closing, I once again, on behalf of my government and the people of Kiribati, reaffirm our commitment to join and to support the Copenhagen Declaration to facilitate international cooperation for blue justice. I wish everyone a successful meeting and bestowing upon you all our traditional blessings of the Maori, the Rai, or the Tapamoa, meaning good health, peace, and prosperity. Thank you. Akamrap.
Thank you so much. Please welcome Her Excellency Glasgow, Director General of National Fisheries and Aquaculture Authority in Liberia.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks and appreciation to the organizers of this conference and the warm reception received from the people of Copenhagen, Denmark. I bring you greetings from His Excellency, President George Manneh Weah, President of the Republic of Liberia. Excellencies, crime associated with fishing activities are as prevalent as illegal and unreported fishing, especially in the Gulf of Guinea, where full enforcement of state laws and regulations are mostly non-existent. Fisheries crime and IUU fishing are serious issues for vulnerable coastal nations which undermine maritime security. As you are aware, fisheries crimes cover a wide range of offenses carried out on land and sea, which adversely impact the value and supply chain of the fisheries sector. Ladies and gentlemen, the importance of combating fisheries crime is as being done with IUU fishing globally cannot be overemphasized. These crimes, when committed, vessels deploy a variety of techniques to elude enforcement authorities or surveillance. Vessels, owners, or captains engage in disguising vessels' characteristics, including markings. There are also interference with vessel monitoring systems, VMS and AIS systems, which impedes the possibility of the authorities to detect, analyze, and prosecute illegal activities by fishing vessels operators. There are other concepts which propagate fisheries crime, unauthorized transshipment at sea, licensing abuse, vessel registry abuse, and illegal transaction with artisanal canoes. During a period between 2009 and 2013, transnational organized fisheries crime were prevalent within our sub-region, especially in Liberia, which involved local authorities and foreign vessels operators. For instance, at least $6 million was generated in revenue from fines levied against more than 12 vessels, industrial vessels, that had violated our 2010 fisheries regulations. The findings from the investigation show that there were issuance of several fake licenses, including the tuna licenses that had incorrect stamps and signatures, which were printed on outdated letterheads. The front layout and spacings of the licensing numbers were different, watermark ships was different, signatures were incorrect, and the shape of the stamp of the Fisheries Authority was also incorrect. There are several national and regional efforts underway. In Liberia, through the National Fisheries and Aquaculture Authority, we have developed a more transparent licensing regime by a periodic publication of our licensed and authorized vessels list on our official website. This has helped to address and combat this menace, amongst other initiatives, such as strengthening our interagency coordination and collaboration, as well as developing a robust legal regime. Excellencies, West Africa has been historically assessed as having the highest incidence of both illegal fishing and piracy globally. Positive progress has been achieved in both areas in recent years. However, the situation is fragile and needs more work and support. It is therefore crucial that such efforts are aligned and coordinated with the many ongoing initiatives on illegal fishing and broader fisheries crime in the regime. We as member states of the region are very aware that we cannot address these issues on our own. With this understanding, the promotion and support of interagency coordination at national and sub-regional level can prove very instrumental in abolishing transnational fisheries crime. Therefore, in order to deter transnational fisheries crime, we are calling on all coastal states, port states, and flag states to join this collaboration to establish a well-coordinated universal fight against transnational fisheries crime that we will provide no safe havens for perpetrators. Our coordinated efforts will send a strong message to those engaged in this act that anywhere or everywhere you go, we will be there to take actions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The next speakers will join us by video, and first from the Ivory Coast, His Excellency Touré, Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Excellence, your Prime Minister of Norway, Excellencies, Mr. Minister, ladies and gentlemen, excellent of General Society and Director of Bureau of External Relations and Advocacy. Ladies and gentlemen, experts, dear participants, in 2008, the General Assembly of the United Nations adopted paragraph 58 of the resolution of the United Nations on fisheries, and that was part of the preoccupations regarding the possible links between national crime organizations and illegal fishing. And the General Assembly requested to take into account of different legal regimes that were applicable to illegal fishing and to organized crime. And there are illegal fishing, money laundering, human trafficking, corruption, and fraud tax, and customs tax, good governance, and also the base of the revenues for the country. Ivory Coast never stayed behind with all these initiatives. We want to fight all illegal, unreported, and regulated fishing, and we thank Norway so that they followed actively the call that was launched by the United Nations and financed initiatives, and the results allow a better understanding on crime, transnational crime in the fishing industry. And we also want to say thank you to Norway and the United Nations, because it follows the preoccupations of the possible links between organized crime and illegal fishing. And we say thank you to Norway for the financing of the initiatives that better the knowledge and understanding of these possible connections between all those crimes. We share a common vision with you of the necessity, the absolute necessity to reinforce the global capacities against transnational organized crime in the global fishing industry. And we follow and at this present conference, Blue Justice Initiative, that is organized on the 23rd of March, we are fully with you, and we call all the coastal states to follow and adhere to this present declaration.
Thank you so much. We move on to His Excellency Maïf, Minister of Fisheries and Maritime Economy in Mauritania.
Excellences, distinguished
His Excellencies, distinguished guests, sir, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, allow me to say that it's an honor and a great privilege for me to speak to you today so as to express the will, the absolute will of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania to fight all the time transnational organized crime in the global fishing industry. But before this, I would like to say sorry because of constraint, at the last minute, I was not able to be physically present with you because of timetable. So I take this opportunity to really congratulate the government of Norway to have organized this conference to allow all the coastal countries to exchange information regarding because the transnational crime in the global fishing industry is a terrible thing, and that's really undermining the development of all economies in Mauritania. And like over lots of other coastal countries, and of course we depend on the sea and its resources and the resources that it's offering us for the economy, for creating jobs, for contributing to food safety, fight against poverty, and promoting the well-being of the populations. That is why Mauritania is engaged to support a global fishing industry that is healthy and fair competition and sustainable resources. As this context, Mauritania is one of the very rare countries in West Africa that decided to have planifications in the fishery center, so as to have a vision, a long-term vision in the sector of global fishing industry, that is to say, promote a fishing sector and maritime economy that is integrated sustainably to the national economy around growing and create jobs, and that benefits to the Mauritanian population as a whole. And also national action plan to fight against ENT, to combat IUU fishing, and a strategy against all the trafficking in the sea, human trafficking, illegal migration, money laundering, etc., trafficking, because we need to fight organized crime in the global fishing industry. And Mauritania, in 2012, we decided to have a paramilitary corps under the authority of the Minister of Fisheries. GCM is in charge of follow-up against the civil surveillance of fisheries and fight against illegal migration at sea and also rescue at sea. We think that this conference will be a great opportunity to share with you the Mauritanian experience, but also to listen to you and to invite you to establish a cooperation, a fruitful cooperation, so as to fight together transnational crime in the global fishing industry. And with this conference, of Blue Justice 2023 and the high-level meeting of the parties to the Declaration of Copenhagen and our commitments to sign this, we see today an opportunity to call for the support and cooperation so as to face together, fight together transnational organized crime in the global fishing industry. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of my speech, I would like to sign the declaration, the International Declaration on Transnational Organized Crime in the Global Fishing Industry. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much. The floor is now open for His Excellency Mahanta, Minister of Fisheries and Blue Economy in Madagascar.
Excellencies, honorable colleagues, distinguished guests, all protocol observers, ladies and gentlemen, good day. May I start by congratulating the United Nations Development Program, the Norwegian Ministry of Trade, Industry and Fishery, and the host country of Denmark for all efforts made to combat IUU fishing and all related crimes globally. Under the leadership of His Excellency, Mr. President Andry Rajoelina, Madagascar ratified the MCS SADC Charter, and Madagascar has been qualified as the third FTI candidate since last year. This is to witness the willingness of Madagascar to combat IUU fishing and all related crimes globally and within the national water bodies of Madagascar. Transnational organized crime in the global fishing industry is a global issue which requires a global solution. So today, Madagascar would like to express its full support and declares to join the 56 coastal states that supported the non-legal binding Copenhagen Declaration on transnational organized crime in global fishing industry that compromises, among others, food security, job employment, and the fight against poverty globally. Thank you.
Thank you. The floor is now open for the last speaker in this first session, Her Excellency Delgado, Undersecretary for Multilateral Affairs and Human Rights in Mexico.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and dear representatives of international organizations, we acknowledge and thank the government of Norway and the United Nations Development Program for the cordial invitation to Mexico to participate in this Blue Justice 2023 conference. On behalf of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Mexico, Marcelo Ebrard, it is my distinct privilege to address you today and to reiterate Mexico's support to the Copenhagen Declaration. Mexico is a country with a deep vocation on the oceans. Therefore, the sea represents a source of prosperity and social justice for communities that directly depend on the whale-welt bite. Mexico reaffirmed its commitment to prevent and eradicate the multiple manifestations of transnational organized crime in the global fishing industry by promoting a series of actions. Among them, recently the Senate of the Republic unanimously approved the agreement on port state measures aimed at preventing, discouraging, and eliminating illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. And we will soon be communicating its entry into force. Within the framework of our implementation strategy for a sustainable ocean economy for Mexico 2021-2024, significant efforts to eliminate illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing domestically were included as a priority. The actions are also important for the world and also for Mexico. Likewise, our country, together with the USA and China, we have created the Trilateral Contact Group on Law Enforcement to combat the illegal trade of totoaba, which seeks to encourage the exchange of information that may facilitate the fight against the illegal trade of this fish, totoaba, and its parts. Let us not forget that the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development includes goals and targets that explicitly recognize the correlation between sustainable development and the fight against transnational organized crime, including crimes that affect the environment and the marine ecosystems. We have the opportunities to vindicate the oceans as our greatest ally to fight climate change, food insecurity, and preserve life on Earth. Today, we must bring together a clear message to the whole world. Protecting the oceans and their sustainable use is not only a necessary condition to ensure the world's economic prosperity, but also a moral imperative to ensure that no one is left behind. You can count on Mexico to achieve these visions on justice, inclusivity, prosperity, and effective protection. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will now go directly to a deep dive and have two presentations on regional cooperation mechanisms in the Caribbean and Atlantic Africa. Please, Milton, the floor is yours. You can choose whatever is best for you. Will they change the slides for you up in the room? I think you need to put your microphone on.
Okay, is it okay now? Yes, thank you. My apologies for the delayed start. I also realize that we are running significantly behind schedule, so I'm going to run through this presentation as rapidly as I can, and I'll be skipping some of the slides. So we are now in the Caribbean. That's a picture of the geographical area. I'm not going to spend much on it, so let's move on. In this slide, I just wanted to make the point that the CRFM is a regional fisheries institution, but we are part of a larger architecture of regional cooperation. We are part of the Caribbean community, which is in the process of establishing a single market among the CARICOM member states with a common external tariff, and where free movement of goods and people and services and freedom of establishment, etc., would be the order of the day. The CRFM as an institution was launched 20 years ago. So next Monday, we are celebrating our 20th anniversary. Our core mandate is regional cooperation to effectively manage and develop and use the living marine and other aquatic resources to make optimum benefits for our people and our countries. We have heard a lot already about IUU fishing and the problems and the reasons, etc. So I'm going to skip over these slides. I just want to make the point here that for us in the Caribbean region, fisheries crime, including illegal fishing in particular, is a major, major problem, and therefore a high priority for our policymakers. So it is an important item on the agenda of the ministers responsible for fisheries at the regional level. And as you have heard this morning, over the past 20 years since we have been established, we have been working together to strengthen the policy framework to combat fisheries crime, to build capacity, and to be more effective in dealing with this very difficult issue that faces us. And it's very challenging for us because we have relatively large marine space and very small economies and limited resources to manage and to protect the marine resources that we have. One of the key instruments that we have developed is called the Castries Declaration on IUU fishing, and it is a fairly comprehensive document. It was adopted in 2010, and it sets a clear roadmap for regional cooperation in tackling the problem of fisheries crime and IUU fishing. We also have Caribbean Community Common Fisheries Policy, which is a broader framework dealing with sustainable use, conservation, and proper management of the fisheries in a more comprehensive manner, looking at just all aspects of the fisheries, including, of course, monitoring, control, and surveillance system, trade, and everything that we need to address to ensure proper management and long-term sustainability of our fisheries. We also have a couple action plans, one that we developed for the 17 member states of the CARICOM, that's member states of the CRFM, but then we also realize that we are a sub-region within a larger region, and therefore we were able to work with FAO, Western Central Atlantic Fisheries Commission, to also develop a larger regional plan of action that we all support in the wider Caribbean region now to deal with IUU and fisheries crime. So two plan of action there. And we were also instrumental in working with FAO to establish a regional working group involving all the countries to keep focus on this problem of IUU. Okay, we have developed some manuals manuals of best practice to assist our fisheries enforcement personnel and prosecutors to be more effective when dealing with fisheries crime. And we work in partnership with other institutions in the region to provide training and build capacity. So these are some of the things that we have been doing. I mentioned this morning the very important resolution issued by the Ministerial Council of the CRFM in 2021. And here I have just a few snippets from the resolution. So it basically lays out in there are 10 preambular paragraphs setting out in clear terms the problem we're dealing with fisheries crime and IUU fishing. And then there are some commitments in order to address the problem. And one of the big commitments I mentioned earlier was actually to participate, recognize and participate in the Copenhagen Declaration and the Blue Justice Initiative. And I must say that we have made great progress in building partnership and becoming a part of this very important initiative and working together so that our countries can benefit from the opportunities available with using digital technology, capacity building, sharing of information, etc. These are all extremely important for our countries. And I think this is the final slide that I want to show. We are working together with a number of key partners. So I mentioned that we are part of CARICOM. There are 25 CARICOM institutions, CARICOM institutions and associates. We are just one, and one dealing with fisheries matters. So there are two actually dealing with security matters, the Regional Security System, which is a sub-regional organization, and the Caribbean Community Implementing Agency for Crime and Security is another very important. So we work in close partnership with these organizations, CARICOM organization, to plan and to execute our work to protect the marine environment and our fishery resources. But there are other key international and regional partners that we work with. UNODC, we have mentioned FAO, and the Western Central Atlantic Fisheries Commission, and now also the Blue Justice Initiative and the Caribbean Wildlife Enforcement Network. These are actually just some of the key partners, but it's very important because given our limitations and given the nature of the problem, it is absolutely necessary for us to work together in partnership so that we can bring all our assets and resources to address this important problem. So in conclusion, in my opinion, we have made great strides, but we're dealing with a very difficult problem. And we do need to continue to strengthen our efforts, to strengthen cooperation, to build capacity, and to make sure we are able to gather the intelligence and the evidence, the hard scientific and technical information to be able to successfully pursue and eradicate fisheries crime and illegal fishing in particular from our countries and region. So regional and international cooperation remains a pillar for protecting our resources and being successful in eliminating the scourge of crime and illegal activities in the fisheries sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Milton. We will now focus on the organization ATLAFCO, which is covering the Atlantic Ocean, Africa. Please welcome Mr. Lambrish to the stage.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Executive Secretary of ATLAFCO, I will do the presentation about our organization. Our organization, which is the ATLAFCO is in English and COMOFAT in French, is the Ministerial Conference on cooperation among African countries bordering the Atlantic Ocean. It was created in 1988, which is a little bit old, and the area of the competency of ATLAFCO is from Morocco till Namibia. It means that we are gathering 22 countries and we are dealing with the living marine resources with the area of competence. When I'm saying living marine resources with the area of the competence, I want to highlight that we are the only organization, regional organization dedicated to fisheries in the Atlantic Ocean. As a structure of our organization, we have three main bodies, which is the Conference of the Minister and the Governing and the decision-making body. We have also the Bureau, which is the coordinating organ of the Conference of the Ministers, and we have the Executive Secretariat based in Morocco, in Rabat, and when we are working together there as a team. As I say, the ATLAFCO has focused on the governance of fisheries in the area. And as the main objective, which is the cooperation among member states, it's coming as a source from the guiding principle, which coming from our constitutions. And the constitution, which is the convention of ATLAFCO. As and you see in the map, we are covering this region. The most principles on which we stick is the consistency with the spirit of the Constitutive Convention, and also to have an integrated regional approach to solve common problem. For example, if one country of our region has a problem, we can, take it as an original problem to pool our efforts to settle that problem. We have also what we call the coherent multi-approach levels between the international, regional, and state levels. And also we include what we call the sustainable use of fisheries resources in the region. As you may know, and that it was mentioned by our minister in this morning, who are member of our organization, the IUU is, it's a big scourge of our region. It's considered as, it costs a lot of in our region. When I say in our region, it's in West Africa, but I give you only one figure here that you see here is 2.3 billion each year, according to United Nations. This is only for 6 countries, which are Senegal, Gambia, Mauritania, Guinea-Bissau, Guinea, and Sierra Leone. Only in these 6, we have this statistic this year, which it means that we have a big impact socially, environmentally, and legally. IUU fishing also is linked, as it was mentioned by my predecessors, is about sea crimes such piracy, human trafficking, and drug smuggling in the area. Also, here I give you some statistic. Sorry. Yeah, it's the opposite. What happens with this? Yeah. Yeah, as I say, the main problem that we are facing in our region in IUU fishing in Africa, besides the artisanal fisheries, the small scale fisheries in our region, the big problem is coming from the what we call the distant water fleets. And I give you here some examples. And if you can see the names of countries, most of our countries in ATLAFCO, it means the 22 countries, they are facing the same problem, but with the different level. IUU fishing in our region has another impact beyond the economical and financial consequence. It is a real danger. Why? Because, as it was mentioned also by other regions, it's undermining the productivity of the fishery itself and leading over time to their collapse. It's depriving many communities, and as you may know, in our region, Atlantic Africa, a lot of communities, they are depending on fisheries. And also, it has a big impact on the employment, malnutrition, food insecurity in many African regions, which harms the food sovereignty in our region. Also, the question what we can ask now, why West Africa especially and particularly is vulnerable to IUU fishing rather than other regions in the world? In our region, we have this after the studies that we have done many years ago, and that we are developing each year, we found that there is an active observers program for monitoring fisheries activities of licensed vessels. Also, we have what we call the poor logistic on offshore fisheries. It means the infrastructure. We don't have adequate fisheries, except some countries in the region. We noticed that there is a weak system for vessel registration and licensing, because as you may know that the licensing is different from country to another country in the region. And the most important is the lack of regional collaboration for the MCS systems. It means that there is a lack of sharing the information, sharing the data timely. As ATLAFCO, as I say, we have this multi approach, so we can tackle the international, regional, and go to the state. But in that matter, especially in IUU fishing, we are focusing in what we call the capacity building, because we found that there is a need in different regions. So in our organization, we since 2010, we were asking what is the best way to curb this scourge of IUU fishing. The first one was to support this our countries of our region by why. How? So it means that we start by strengthening MCS capacity and resourcing through some workshops and training session that we have done. Also, to strengthen regional and international cooperation and coordination. We have signed different MOU with the sub-regional organization and also with continental organization such African Union. We have the rolling out awareness, raising training, as I said, and capability building program to promote also the greater involvement of the civil society in fighting IUU fishing, because as you may know, all of you, that it's not only the Department of Fisheries or the department in charge of fisheries who is responsible, but we have to involve also the NGOs and the civil society to because it's a problem that touch everybody. And also we have what we call the launch the media, and we have in that sense we have signed MIO with the Observatory of Fisheries in Africa with whom we are doing a lot of awareness activities. Also, we have, as I say, it's not only the fishery, IU fisheries, but we have also some problems like piracy or smuggling also. But in that sense, ATLAFCO has focused in that sense by organizing some training and some meeting dedicated to how to fight against especially piracy. As you know, that it's a domain in West Africa for piracy. So and we have adopted such recommendation that we want to implement such to alter into a national legislation the provision of international legal instrument to facilitate the harmonization of the legal institutional framework of MCS, to establish mechanism to facilitate the exchange of relevant effective information, and to develop common training program in favor of that. As I say here, I give you only one example of what we have done recently is to tackle the MCS, to tackle the IU fishing and to strengthen the MCS. We have organized some training session. This training session, it was as a response to declaration of Rabat in 2010 by the Minister of ATLAFCO to have a declaration to fight against IU fishing, but to implement what we call a regional program of observers on board fishing vessel. And in the other side, we should have what we call a program on the port inspectors, harmonized port inspector. For these two programs, we have launched the training session. It was in 2022 with the collaboration of the Academy of Abidjan. It was for the English speaker and also the French speaker countries. 2 sessions for the inspectors, it was in Morocco in 2022. And recently, last week, we have organized a training session for the observers in accordance with ICAT resolutions. For this reason, we are hoping to have harmonized training observers with regional competencies and standardizing the inspection procedure and measure as a part of our effort. As a conclusion, I can summarize that ATLAFCO action are articulated around some points. The first one, as I mentioned before, is the raising awareness through different meetings, workshops, seminars, organizing regional capacity building programs, conducting training sessions, improving the legal framework to ensure effective sanction to deter IU fishing, facilitating the harmonization of monitoring program. In that sense, we have an IMO of 2015, in which we work together with the sub-regional organization in Atlantic Ocean that are the Sub-Regional Fisheries Committee, FCWC, FOREP, and so on. And also to encouraging member states that it is a big step to, that we have launched more than 8 years, is to join the established mechanisms such PSMR, and also to support what we call the network. But as for your information, we have some networks in ATLAFCO. 2 of them are the REFMA, which is the grouping of training session in African countries, and RAFISMER, which is the grouping of scientific research. With these both institutions, we are pushing, to share the data and so on. And also encouraging member state and government to embrace transparency, but collaborating with relevant NGOs for more effective way for monitoring vessels. And they take this opportunity to say that in our organization, we don't manage any effort to implement these programs. But for that, as you may know, that we are 22 countries, so we need the, a sort of support. And we are, from this floor, I'm asking for the cooperation, and we can maybe take this opportunity to ask to Blue Justice to accompany this effort for the community, for the future community of Africa. Thank you.
Thank you both for this insightful presentation. We are now at the most difficult task of the day, the group photo upstairs, followed by a coffee break in the next room. And we added an extra element to this as we're running a bit late and behind schedule. So if you please can move straight away up to the main hall for photo, and then I will see you back here at 11:45. Thank you. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, and thank you so much for being so flexible with your coffee break. We are now starting up the second session for this day, and we're starting up by giving the floor to Minister Buffon of the beautiful Caribbean island of Montserrat. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It gives me great honor and pleasure today to address this delegation on this timely deliberation on IUU fishing and trans-organized crime in the fisheries and ocean resources sector. The government of Montserrat is excited to endorse the efforts made by the government of Norway, CARICOM through the CRFM, and other development partners to address this critical issue. We consider illegal, unreported, and unregulated fisheries and transnational organized crime as a major threat to our fisheries and ocean resources, as they lead to significant socio-economic losses and reduced opportunities within our communities. These losses negatively impact our oceans environment, growth, development, food and nutrition security, health and well-being. IUU fishing and transnational organized crime also prevent governments of the Caribbean community, including Montserrat, from achieving their national and regionally agreed upon fisheries and ocean management goals and objectives. The appeal of crime in this sector is hard to resist, as our fishers are finding it harder to provide for their families in this very challenging environment. Since the signing of the Copenhagen Declaration on Transnational Organized Crime in the global fishing industry and the Blue Justice Initiative, the government of Montserrat, with its limited resources, has taken a few bold steps to address these critical issues, including, but not limited to, equipping 60% of our small-scale 3 to 10 meter fishing fleet with vessel monitoring systems, which provides our technical team with real-time monitoring. Improving our fisheries and ocean data management systems. We are currently revising and updating our fisheries and ocean legal framework to address issues of enforcement and compliance, the registering and licensing of fishers and their vessels to include certification and capacity building. IUU fishing and connected maritime criminal activities must be dealt with, as they can contribute to permanent collapse of the global fishery, resulting in safety issues, increased poverty, and other socioeconomic issues to the region's fragile economy. It would be remiss of me if I was to omit the International Tribunal on Law of the Seas, Case 21, which reiterates that cooperation between states is required to address issues pertaining to the conservation and management of fisheries resources within the context of well-established principles on the United Nations Convention on Law of the Seas. As a British overseas territory, the government of Montserrat supports all efforts to deter and eliminate, where possible, IUU fishing and transnational organized crime, demonstrating the UK's continuous lead in the fight against illegal maritime activities. The COVID-19 pandemic, coupled with the devastating impacts of the crisis in Ukraine, have highlighted the urgency for us to safeguard our maritime resources, which contribute significantly to our food and nutrition security and the livelihoods of legitimate fishers now and in the future. As a small country that is continuing to recover from the effects of a volcanic eruption, climate change and erratic weather patterns, from rough seas to hurricanes, to prolonged periods of drought and crippling sargassum plumes, and with limited resources, the government of Montserrat welcomes all available support to help resolve the challenges we face, including dealing with IUU fishing and other related maritime crimes. In this regard, once again, we acknowledge the value of the Copenhagen Declaration on Transnational Organized Crime in the global fishing industry. And amidst this background, we will continue to support the tremendous efforts of the Norwegian government, CARICOM, and development partners in charting the way forward to ensure that our ocean resources remain safe and sustainable for future generations. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Her Excellency Cardoso, Minister of Sea, Inland Water and Fisheries in Mozambique.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, first of all, on behalf of the government of Mozambique, allow me to join others in thanking the government of Denmark for hosting this important event and the government of Norway for the leadership on the subject. Our gratitude is extended to all organizing partners. It is with great pleasure that I'm here to talk about the importance of cooperation and challenges to address fisheries crime and key actions Mozambique have taken or need to take to protect these vulnerable resources for sustainable fisheries, food security, and socioeconomic benefits. As a maritime nation with about 2,780 kilometers of coastline that is home to a diversity of marine and coastal ecosystems and around 60% of its 30 million inhabitants, where the fisheries sector plays a strategic role in food and nutrition security, with artisanal fisheries accounting for about 90% of the country's global production, Mozambique has made important commitments by adhering to the UN Call for Action under SDG 14 and strongly believes in the importance and urgency of the topic of this event in the light of many global challenges on sustainable fisheries. Thus, since 2015, Mozambique has scaled up its commitment with oceans with the creation of a dedicated Ministry for Sea and Fisheries, the revision of legal and policy framework on sea governance, and approval of strategic instruments such as the Sea Policy and Strategy, Marine Special Plan Maritime Courts Law, key instruments in the fight against crimes at sea. As coastal nation, we have been leading and participating in several regional initiatives aimed at combating IUU, such as our engagement in the creation of the Fish Africa platform for exchanging and sharing information on illegal vessels, and joined on the onset the Declaration Against Transnational Organized Crime in the Fisheries sector. Within the Southern Africa Regional Protocol on Fisheries, the growing concern on IUU fishing and its harmful consequences was highlighted in 2008, and a call for the creation of a regional monitoring, control, and surveillance center was made, resulting in its establishment in 2017 through a charter and selection of Mozambique as a host country for the center. Without a doubt, the fight against IUU fishing is marked by the conviction of the necessity for internationally joint cooperative and integrative actions at the regional level to optimize the sustainable use of the living aquatic resources for the continued benefit of the region. For this, Mozambique pledges its continued commitment to materialize the center, an effort that counts with valuable support from partners and has recently gained an historic moment with the signature of the 11th country this month, allowing the charter to enter into force. Despite the steps taken, there is a strong need to strengthen cooperation in the field of training and institutional capacity building, aiming at a better use of digital platforms by officers and magistrates who deal with crimes of this nature. We are encouraged by the international cooperation amongst existing forums dealing with IUU fishing and the regional information sharing platform in the context of MCS Center, and we look forward to working with all states and global partners to combat fisheries crime internationally and provide a more secure livelihood to our coastal population. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much. We're now passing the floor to Namibia and Her Excellency Makone, Deputy Minister of Fisheries and Marine Resources.
Thank you, Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests. On behalf of the Republic of Namibia, its leadership and the entire nation, it is an honor to address you at this Blue Justice Conference 2023. Namibia, in the 33 years of self-governance, has been applauded as one of the leading fishing nations globally, particularly among developing nations, with a viable contribution to our economy and livelihoods. This acclamation is primarily on the institutionalization of a legal framework that addresses most of the elements pertinent to fisheries management. Also, the fisheries monitoring, control, and surveillance that I will refer to MCS throughout enforcement program is considered to be adequately diverse to minimize illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing in relation to nations of similar economic status or higher than Namibia. The ministry is stocked with 2 patrol vessels, 2 aircrafts, up-to-date information systems, and over 100 fisheries enforcement officers, not to mention a well-staffed and dedicated fisheries observer agency that enhances the enforcement at sea, amongst others. The investment in MCS has been effective in detecting IUU fishing activities within the national jurisdiction. It is comforting to state that a number of infringements were reported during the current year, of which some were prosecuted and convicted. All indications are that IUU fishing activities have not been increasing over the last couple of years. This observation is encouraging, noting that our efforts are not in vain. However, when this achievement is assessed in consideration of crime associated with fisheries, it becomes clear that our efforts are not adequate and leaves much to be improved. The case in point involving an Icelandic-based company that operated in Namibia demonstrates that Namibia is not immune to fisheries crimes. This case attracts a lot of international attention and alerted the world perception to Namibia's fisheries management. It is in recognition of challenges as this that Namibia was among the first countries to adopt the Copenhagen Declaration against transnational organized crime in the global fishing industry in 2018. We call upon like-minded nations to cooperate in our efforts to pursue fisheries crime that has the potential to cripple our fisheries' economic viability and keep our people in poverty. Otherwise, our commitment to the Copenhagen Declaration will not be effective in propelling the fight against transnational fisheries crime. Namibia recognizes the need to bolster our MCS program with new technologies and increase surveillance, enhance national interagency, regional and international cooperations, reform our legislative framework to address gaps, broaden knowledge and skills in enforcement efforts against organized crime in the fisheries sector, and raise awareness among fisheries operators and international organizations. Namibia is fully aware that our efforts will not be enough without the support and collaboration with our players and international partners. Namibia is thus appreciative of the efforts by the United Nations, National Assembly, and the Norwegian government in spearheading our collective support for initiatives as Blue Resilience and Blue Justice to protect a sustainable and fair blue economy free from fisheries crime. Namibia aligned itself to the admission that only in pursuing efforts addressing the challenges of fisheries crime in fishing sector can the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals 14 and 16 be truly attained. This requires more than efforts to strengthen institutional capacity, but also the funding that ensures that institutions are sustained and functional. Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by thanking and congratulating the government of Denmark, UNDP, the organizers and sponsors of this conference for making it possible for us to meet and exchange views on the fight against transnational organized fisheries crime, which can only be prevented and eliminated through global cooperation. Thus, Namibia assures to cooperate with other partners in finding common solutions to curb transnational organized fisheries crime in order to protect and sustainably manage the living marine resources for today and our tomorrow. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Her Excellency Vaz, Minister of Justice, Public Administration and Human Rights in Sao Tome and Principe.
Excellences, Madame, Monsieur le Ministre.
Excellencies, Mr. Minister delegations, Sao Tome in Principle is a country situated in the equatorial, near Equatorial Guinea, 300 kilometers away from West Africa. And it's an archipelago with 2 islands with a human territory. The maritime zone is 160 times the superficie of the country. So at the moment, the maritime extension of our territory gives a lot of we have lots of species of fishes, and it's a great source of food and employment, with 1/4 of the population depends on fishing industry and fishing activities. And we have a geopolitical strategy position in one of the most important places of the world. So our country is under pressure and threatened in terms of security. We are always threatened because of pirates and of all criminal activities in the Gulf of Guinea. Illegal fishing, IUU fishing is affecting us, in particularly aggressive fishing on a large scale, and of course diesel or other toxical products that are being dumped in the sea. And our surveillance system is fragile, our control system is fragile in the zone. And we have also canoes that are fishing there. It's voluntary or inventory, but these illicit practices is destroying the ecosystem and the sea system and our coastal system, and the coastal communities are heavily impacted. The life of the fishermen, access to necessary resources, and the well-being of the population is affected, and it's aggravated because of poverty and situation, social, economics, and also it impacts on gender and human rights. Excellencies, the challenges to do with protection to IUU fishing are numerous. Firstly, the fishery agreements with clauses to protect the ecosystem, capacity building of institutions, and better mechanisms and follow-up mechanisms to fight IUU fishing. At the level of justice, it is necessary so that we see the legal framework and to reinforce judicial institutions and to train so that justice is quicker, fairer, and more transparent, and able to instruct and judge crimes against security and crimes of IUU fishing, but against the ocean, and so as to conserve our maritime resources. And with technology, we have tools to build capacity to fight IUU fishing in the oceans and in the seas. So with digital innovation must be part of Blue Justice so as to reinforce surveillance, follow-up, sharing information and data, and to have knowledge of crimes as they take place live, and have evidence that we can rely on and quickly as part, so that they're part of investigation, so as to ensure that the responsibility, so that those who are carrying out these crimes are held responsible against their crimes against the sea and animals. Technology will help as well of the active participation of citizens in Blue Justice. The government of Sao Tome and Principe considers that it's a priority. We need to do capacity building against criminality under all its forms, and we need initiatives. We've used technology to use them globally and transversally as part of our justice system. Technology must be used, but of course, we must invest a lot of money in this. From the states must invest a lot, and some states are weak financially, and we must have more internet, more energy, and more human resources. And we are convinced that we need an integrated response and coordinations of the states so as to incorporate technology so that Blue Justice is made, so as to master the asymmetries of the states, and more efficiently so that we can face IUU fishing, because food security of human beings is at stake. And we welcome all the contributions from organizations of the United Nations and other organizations, other international organizations, regional organizations, and the state who are collaborating with Sao Tome and Principe. We reaffirm that we are committed to the ODD Copenhagen principles, and we want an international response and a joint response of the states to face illegal acts and principles and organized crime with IUU fishing. And we do thank the Norwegian government and Danish governments and UNDP for the invite and the organizations of this international conference regarding Blue Justice. And I do thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Now, please welcome His Excellency Adan, Minister of Fisheries and Blue Economy, Somalia.
Hello, أصحاب المعالي الوزراء، مسؤولين الهيئات والمنظمات الدولية، الحضور الكريم، أحييكم نيابة عن الصومال وأصالة مني جميعا. يشرفني أن أمثل جمهورية الصومال الفيدرالية في هذا المؤتمر العام للعدالة الذي سمي ببلو جاستيس، والذي ينعقد في كوبنهاجن في دنمارك. والذي أتى من اقتراح نرويجي الذي
Interpreters apologize. There's no interpretation with Arabic.
في مختلف أماكن أخرى. ينعقد هذا المؤتمر في كوبنهاجن في وقت مهم ومناسب. كما تعلمون تقع الصومال في شرق إفريقيا، بالتحديد في القرن الإفريقي، تلتقي الصومال البحر الأحمر والمحيط الهندي. هذا المؤتمر ذو أهمية عالية بالنسبة للصومال التي تعاني
There's no interpretation from Arabic. The interpreters would like to apologize on that.
ويعتبر الصومال ذات أطول ساحل في إفريقيا، وأود أن أغتنم هذه الفرصة لتبادل خبراتنا لنسلط الضوء على التحديات لإيجاد حلول مبدعة نحو تعزيز التعاون بين الدول والهيئات والمنظمات الدولية ليتصدى جرائم مصايد الأسماك. يواجه قطاع مصايد الأسماك في الصومال تحديات كبيرة، بما في ذلك صيد غير قانوني وغير مبلغ عنه وغير منظم IUU. هذا النشاط يهدد استدامة مخزوننا السمكي، وهو أمر مهم لسبل العيش والأمن الغذائي على مدى الطويل لشعبنا. لدينا موارد تقنية ومالية محدودة جدا لمكافحة الصيد غير قانوني وغير منظم وغير مبلغ عنه، ونحن بحاجة إلى تعاون دولي لمواجهة هذه التحديات. وعلى الرغم من هذه التحديات، يوفر اقتصادنا الأزرق في الصومال فرصة هائلة. تمتلئ بحرنا ومحيطاتنا بالموارد السمكية، ونحن ملتزمون باستخدام هذه الموارد على النحو المستدام. لقد قمنا بتطوير سياسة واستراتيجية وطنية لمصايد الأسماك، والتي تحدد رؤيتنا لقطاع مصايد الأسماك مزدهر ومستدام. كما نعمل أيضا على تعزيز مؤسسات القانونية لدعم إدارة المستدامة لمصايد الأسماك. بالإضافة إلى ذلك، نحن متحمسون لتبني أدوات الرقمية المبتكرة والفرص المتاحة من خلال مبادرة العدالة الزرقاء لتصدي جرائم مصايد الأسماك مثل التي يديرها برنامج الأمم المتحدة الإنمائي. نعتقد أن استخدام هذه التقنيات بما في ذلك المعلومات المستند إلى نظام التعرف الآلي والمعلومات المستند إلى الأقمار الصناعية سيعزز من قدراتنا على مراقبة وإنقاذ اللوائح ومصايد الأسماك لدينا. وفي الختام، تدرك جمهورية الصومال الفيدرالية تحديات التي تواجه قطاع مصايد الأسماك لدينا، ولكنها تظل متفائلة بشأن الفرص الهائلة التي يوفرها الاقتصاد الأزرق في الصومال. نرحب بالتعاون الدولي المستمر لمكافحة الصيد غير قانوني دون إبلاغ ودون التنظيم، ودعم إدارة المستندة لمصايد الأسماك في الصومال. معا يمكننا استخدام مصايد الأسماك لدينا بطريقة تعود بالنفع على كل من شعوبنا والبيئة المشتركة. لا يفوتني أن أقول هذا المكان إننا مستعدون لنؤيد ونوقع على هذا البروتوكول التي اجتمعت عليه هذه الدول المجتمع هنا، بحيث يستفيد كل من شعوبنا هذه الأمور التي نطرحها على هذا المنضد. وشكرا جزيلا. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The floor is now open for our next speaker, His Excellency Tazi, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Fisheries and Trade in Tuvalu.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Honorable Ministers, representatives of international and regional organizations, officials of the national government, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the organizers of this important event for inviting me and providing an opportunity to speak. I thank our host, the government of Denmark, for their hospitality in this wonderful capital city. And I would like to thank the earlier speakers for sharing their valuable experiences and insight on this very important topic. I hope that I can also contribute something useful to this meeting. As you may know, Tuvalu is one of the smallest independent countries in the world, with a land area of only 26 square kilometers and a population of 11,000 people. However, our EEZ extends over 750,000 square kilometers in the important equatorial tuna fishing ground of the Western and Central Pacific Ocean. Our waters provide a small but significant percentage of the global supply of tuna for canning. Tuvalu has been described by the World Bank as one of the most fisheries-dependent countries in the world. The revenue from licensing foreign and a small number of domestic tuna fishing vessels makes up 60% of all government revenue and around 40% of our gross national income. We are also a nation of fish eaters with per capita consumption of over 70 kilos per person per year, making fish the most important locally produced food by value. Our fisheries resources are thus essential for our economy and our food security. Needless to say, protecting them from criminal activities is a high national priority. Now, cooperation in fisheries. We are fortunate in the Pacific that our leaders saw the need for regional cooperation many years ago, and we have a number of regional agencies that coordinate the management and development of our fisheries resources, particularly the shared tuna resources. Tuvalu is a member of the parties to the Nauru Agreement, PNA, which developed a highly effective management system, the Vessel Day Scheme. The Foreign Fisheries Agency, which coordinates a lot of our regional surveillance activity, and the Pacific Community, which does the scientific analysis and stock assessments. The most recent addition is the WCPFC, our tuna RFMO, but the collective strength of the Pacific Island countries as a group means that this operates very differently from RFMOs in other regions. In the Pacific Islands, we developed and implemented tools for monitoring, control, and surveillance across the region some years before they became widespread. These included harmonized terms and conditions for licensing foreign vessels, a comprehensive vessel monitoring system, VMS, with data sharing between most countries, an observer program with 100% coverage on the Persena fleet, a ban on sea transshipment, a vessel register providing for blacklisting of IUU vessels, and so on. Of course, most of these measures apply only in our EEZ. Management of the high seas still have to be negotiated through WCPFC, and control is a lot weaker. Fortunately, the Basin fishery, which is a main fishery, relies on fishing in zone and is generally well regulated. Trying to ensure a level playing field for the longline fishery is an ongoing challenge. Now on digital technology. Now, as the theme of this conference is using digital technology to combat fisheries crime, I would like to share with you a few of the tools that we use, both the system that we have used for some time and others that we have been testing recently. A mainstay of MCS for Tuvalu is the FFA Regional Surveillance Picture, which shows at a glance the vessels in our EEZ reporting on VMS and AIS. Details of each vessel from the vessel register are accessible at a click. Symbols are also color-coded to show the compliance score, with those that require close attention coming up red. A similar online system, which has some additional features, such as checking vessels against the IUU list of all REMOs, is the Starboard system, which is commercially available from New Zealand. We have also tested this recently with positive results. Of course, tracking licensed vessels on VMS is important, but the most serious threat is posed by the vessels that are not registered in any EEZ and are not reporting their positions, the so-called dark targets. Sometimes they show up on AIS, but we have seen AIS reporting is quite patchy. Even licensed vessels often turn off their AIS transponder. We believe this may be to avoid their position being shown to competitors on the websites that provide open access to AIS positions. Satellite imagery shows a lot of promise. Last year, with funding support from the World Bank, we commissioned a number of scans of our EEZ using radio frequency and synthetic aperture radar. RF detection revealed a surprisingly large number of vessels using radar that were not reporting on AIS or VMS, and we believe many of them were fishing vessels transiting our EEZ to fish on high seas. RF can cover nearly all of our EEZ in a single scan, does not give false positives, and is quite cost effective. But it misses some vessels, and there is a danger that illegal vessels will turn off their radar to avoid detection. SAR or SIR imagery overcomes this problem, but is more expensive and provides less coverage and less certainty over detections. This week, with assistance from the Canadian Ministry of Fisheries and Oceans, we are repeating this exercise with daily RF scans and increased coverage of SIR imagery. We are fortunate that one of two fisheries surveillance aircraft operated by the Foreign Fisheries Agencies and funded by Australia is based in Tuvalu to support the trial, and will be able to respond quickly to satellite detections. As you might expect, with these systems and tools at our disposal, estimates of the level of IUU in the tuna fishery are only a small percentage of the total catch value. Most of the IUU catch is down to misreporting of catches. And since our management system and excess fees are based on effort, not catch, the economic impacts are even more limited. Now, on the IT systems for traceability, of course, fisheries crime is not confined to illegal fishing. Our BNA Fisheries Management Information System provides a comprehensive system for tracking and recording the activities of the fishing fleet. Originally developed to record the use of vessel days for the VDS, it is now a multi-million-dollar piece of software which can track the fish from capture through to export. During the COVID pandemic, a module was even developed to assess the risk of fishing vessels, bringing the disease to our countries. Another traceability platform developed commercially for industry sourcing fish from our region was developed by the Pacific PV. With onboard data verified through observer records and complete traceability through the supply chain, this company offers the buyers of canned tuna a blockchain system, which is the only compliant with the requirements of the global dialogue on seafood traceability. If there are any buyers of canned tuna listening, I recommend you insist on product that uses specific to guarantee sustainability. As an added bonus, 2% of the company's turnover goes to a charitable foundation that supports education and training in our island countries. Now to conclude, I would like to recognize the excellent work done by Blue Justice conferences and to support the intent of the Copenhagen Declaration. I think the experience of my own country and the Pacific Islands region shows that the aspirations of this meeting to fight fisheries crime through regional cooperation using modern technology is exactly on the right track. Tuvalu Modedwa. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you for taking the burden of traveling for 40 hours to join us here in Copenhagen today. Impressive.
14 hours.
We're now going up north to Iceland and Mr. Knudsen, Director General in the Directorate of Fisheries. The floor is yours.
Thank you, honorable ministers, dear guests. It's a pleasure and honor to have the opportunity to address this venue. But from previous speaker, we can hear that fighting fisheries crime is a continuous battle that needs combined forces of all oceans nations around the globe. The use of renewable resources of the ocean makes great demands on the companies and individuals that do so. To do that is in sustainable and responsible manners. The problem of IUU varies between nations, but unfortunately it seems to take place in most fisheries, whether that is high-tech, industrial or artisanal fishing. Iceland is committed to operate sustainable and responsible fishing that fulfill the highest standards available. Iceland, first of nation, introduced landing obligation of all catch in 1996. Despite that, we are still dealing with discard in Icelandic waters, and in 2020, the Directorate of Fisheries introduced use of remotely pilot aircraft systems in monitoring discard. We have been in constant development of our methods of monitoring compliance with the fisheries law and regulation, as in most other countries. The Directorate of Fisheries in Iceland have been focusing on data-driven monitoring, using scientific methods to support our risk analysis and identify possible illegal activities. Currently, the Directorate is focusing on using statistical comparison and artificial intelligence to analyze catch data from vessel logbook to identify possible discard and to identify high-risk vessel regarding that. Transparency is one of the key successful fishing surveillance in Iceland. We have available data from each landing and quota status after each fishing trips on the Directorate webpage for all to see. As well, information from the surveillance are made accessible, such as catch combination of each fishing trip from each vessel with and without inspectors. Access to those and more information are available to all on the Directorate of Fisheries website. This has proven to be very successful in changing the behavior of the industry by making their behavior explosive for all to see. Despite development in surveillance and monitoring of IUU, we are still dealing with vessels that take part in illegal activities. This raises questions if we need to put more duties, demands on the industrialized fleet to prove their behavior. In other words, do we need to turn around the burden of proof, and instead of it is the duty of official bodies to prove infringement? It will be the duty of the companies to prove responsible fishing. In this sense, it may be needed to develop or extend current certifications dealing with sustainable fishing in the way that they cover responsible behavior of fishing vessels. Innovation, use of digital techniques and data is key to successful in strengthening surveillance against fisheries crimes. Providing venues as Blue Justice to exchange experience and learning between nations is essential for us all to fight fisheries crimes. Iceland is proud to participate in the Blue Justice activities and hope we will have successful conference that will support stronger basis to exchange learning and experience between us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. The next speakers will join us by video, and first out is the Republic of Guinea, Her Excellency Duff, Minister of Fisheries and Blue Economy.
Excellences, Monsieur le ministre royal de l'Industrie, du Commerce et des Pêches du Royaume de Norvège, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres des pays adhérents à la présente initiative, Mesdames et Messieurs les représentants des institutions internationales partenaires de l'initiative, chers participants, tout protocole observé. Avant tout propos, j'adresse mes salutations distinguées aux autorités norvégiennes et danoises, ainsi que les représentants des pays partis à cette conférence. C'est pour moi un grand honneur et un réel plaisir de m'adresser à cette illustre assemblée qui vise à lutter contre la criminalité transnationale liée au secteur de la pêche. Notre pays, la République de Guinée, traverse une période de transition dans laquelle nous avons des objectifs clairs de rectification institutionnelle, de refondation, de rassemblement, de redressement et surtout de repositionnement international. Pour ce faire, nous devons forger de nouvelles alliances et trouver de nouveaux partenaires afin de solidifier les actes que nous sommes en train de poser. En ce qui concerne le secteur de la pêche, depuis l'avènement du CNRD sous le leadership de son Excellence colonel Mamadou Doumbouya, président de la transition, chef de l'État, chef suprême des armées, je peux dire que nous travaillons à renforcer le mécanisme de suivi des contrôles de surveillance des pêches pour réussir le combat contre toutes les formes d'infractions en mer. La pêche illicite est devenue un fléau mondial. En Guinée particulièrement, nous évaluons des pertes à hauteur de plusieurs millions de dollars par an. Nous rencontrons également beaucoup de difficultés en matière de surveillance. Il y a des risques de corruption et un déficit criard d'infrastructures et équipements de surveillance. La réforme engagée par Monsieur le Président de la Transition, le CNRD et le gouvernement tout entier contre la pêche illicite non déclarée et non réglementée sont salutaires. La mise en œuvre de cette lutte reste encore très compliquée pour nous, car en l'absence d'infrastructures et d'équipements de surveillance, les ambitions peuvent avoir des limites. J'ai tout espoir qu'au sortir de cette conférence, des initiatives concrètes seront mises en place dont les effets se feront ressentir très vite par les pays impactés, comme la Guinée par le fléau de la pêche INN, et ce sera une porte ouverte aux opportunités de partenariat bi- et multilatéral. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
el océano ha generado históricamente una gran cantidad de beneficios como fuente de alimento, controlador del clima, productor de oxígeno, generador de ingresos como medio de transporte y últimamente como reservorios de componentes biológicos para la lucha contra gran cantidad de enfermedades. Siempre hemos pensado que ese gran ecosistema azul es infinito y que puede soportar todos los daños que los individuos como civilización le producen. Pero hoy más que nunca sabemos, gracias a la ciencia, que ese pensamiento está totalmente alejado de la realidad y que muy por el contrario, el océano necesita que el uso que nosotros le damos sea ordenado y responsable para hacerlo sostenible en el tiempo. Es por eso que debemos asegurarnos de tener una estructura legal y administrativa sólida que permita asegurar las herramientas para defender todos los gobiernos del mundo sobre actividades extractivas extremas. Si no existe un equilibrio y medidas para proteger el recurso marino, este tenderá a agotarse. Uno de los ejemplos más impactantes es la pesca ilegal, que no solamente atenta contra las reservas pesqueras comerciales, sino que estas prácticas tienen un efecto catastrófico en el resto de los ecosistemas marinos y costeros, ya que todos están conectados por una red de relaciones ecológicas que aseguran el equilibrio y que pueden ser drásticamente afectadas si no controlamos nuestras actividades en el lugar. El monitoreo, control y la vigilancia de nuestros océanos lamentablemente es una actividad muy costosa que en la mayoría de los países excede el poder de financiamiento de los gobiernos. Es por esto que actualmente es imperante que nos apoyemos en tecnologías y metodologías que permitan dar seguimiento a lo que ocurre en esta zona de manera remota pero efectiva. Los países comprometidos con la lucha contra las actividades ilegales deben aliarse con otros países, organizaciones y con la academia para complementar esfuerzos, haciéndolo lo más efectivos posible para la lucha incansable contra una actividad ilegal que puede ocasionar nuestra propia extinción. Como líderes azules, debemos generar y aplicar todos los mecanismos necesarios para asegurar la armonía entre los usos que se le dan al océano, así como el aseguramiento de la generación de actividades responsables para el beneficio económico de todos los actores de este ecosistema azul. Desde Panamá, responsablemente estamos creando una normativa que busca penalizar ejemplarmente a todos aquellos que realicen pesca ilegal, entendiendo que con el efecto sobre las poblaciones pesqueras se puedan generar vacíos en los roles ecológicos de las poblaciones afectadas en los ecosistemas, vacíos que no permitirán su recuperación, sino que los degradarán hasta su pérdida total. Además, estamos en proceso de instalar un centro interinstitucional de monitoreo de pesca ilegal y contaminación, en donde estaremos todas las entidades gubernamentales con competencia en la materia para asegurar la vigilancia permanente y la generación de casos sólidos para lograr las penas requeridas a aquellos que afecten los recursos marinos costeros. Agradecemos al Ministerio de Industria y Pesca de Noruega por invitarnos a esta conferencia, a quienes confirmamos el compromiso que tenemos para la lucha contra la pesca ilegal y todas las actividades ilegales que afectan el océano. Muestra de esto es el paso histórico que hemos dado al aumentar del 13% de superficie marina protegida al 54% en menos de 2 años, como una estrategia para luchar contra la triple crisis ambiental global. Nos corresponde ahora crear las políticas respectivas para consolidar esta responsabilidad que asumimos al dar este paso. Entendamos que esta lucha debe ser de todos, porque de sus resultados positivos depende nuestra propia existencia. Muchas gracias.
Excellency Marie Guillaume, Cabinet Secretary for Rural Affairs in Iceland, Scotland.
Hello, and thank you for inviting me to speak at this event today. We're increasingly aware of the importance of the marine environment to the health of our planet. The beauty of our seas and the diversity of life that they support, as well as the potential of marine businesses and resources to support the prosperity of people and communities, is something we need to protect. And we've made a start through the historic UN High Seas Treaty to protect 30% of our seas by 2030. In Scotland, we recognise the importance of the blue economy to the health and prosperity of coastal states. In 2022, we set out our vision for Scotland's blue economy. At its core is the recognition that economic prosperity and well-being are embedded within nature. And in order to harness blue opportunities, we must transform economies and societies to thrive within sustainable limits. Key to this is the development and delivery of effective controls on human activity which deter illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing practices and rewards positive behavioural changes. Technology will play an important role as we look to maximise the effectiveness of our monitoring and control resources. We're expanding our use of remote electronic monitoring with legislation which makes it mandatory on our higher risk fleets. Many vessels already have cameras and sensors on fishing machinery and systems which automatically transmit this data to our control authority for analysis. This is proving particularly important to deter fishing in protected and sensitive areas, as well as the discarding of unwanted catches. We're expanding the use of our vessel monitoring systems to our smaller vessels, and we'll continue to develop policies and legislation which take a holistic view by involving policy developers, enforcement officers, scientists, as well as other stakeholders. Scotland is committed to ensuring fishing activities within its waters are effectively and fairly monitored and controlled through the use of progressive and innovative measures, as well as close working with neighbouring nations and regional fisheries management organisations. This includes sharing knowledge, intelligence and good practices and exploring how technology can improve monitoring and control. Fighting fisheries crime is often difficult, especially when there is an international element. Offenders are often sophisticated and organised, and so control organisations need to be creative and adaptable. Scotland is also committed to sharing our experiences and knowledge with other nations across the world by supporting initiatives such as Blue Justice and signing up to the 2018 Copenhagen Declaration. We've seen how we are more effective when different organisations and nations work closely together. That's why conferences and initiatives such as this are so important. And once again, thank you for inviting me to this conference, and I hope it will be informative and productive. I look forward to seeing the outcomes.
Thank you so much. The next speaker is His Excellency Ferrari, Minister of Fisheries and Blue Economy, Seychelles.
Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I would like to offer my compliments to our host, the Republic of Norway, for extending an invitation for Seychelles to address this high-level event for the parties to the Copenhagen Declaration, and for your government's unwavering commitment to foster collaboration to fight fisheries crime through digital innovation through the Blue Justice Initiative. Excellencies, please allow me to share the Seychelles experience. Illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing is a major fishing crime. This remains and still is a major threat to our thriving fishing industry. The countries have no regard to our laws, our way of life, nor do they take into consideration the fact that the fisheries sector is one of our main economic contributors. To address those challenges, we are modernizing and transforming our laws. We are transforming our policies and strengthening our relationship with the relevant national and international authorities. Various arrests have been made over the years. However, the large EZ area makes addressing this issue extremely difficult. Regional and international collaboration, especially with neighboring countries, in the context of the Indian Ocean Commission, regional fisheries surveillance plans that also involve information sharing, integration of new tracking and observation technology such as VMS, AIS, and EMS, implementation of port-set measures, and collaboration with maritime security institutions have contributed towards improved compliance of industrial fishing vessels in the Seychelles waters over those past years. So, my appeal to you is let us all seize the moment, converge as parties to the Copenhagen Declaration, to assemble, to bring together our knowledge and our expertise and our experiences. Let us seek mutual ground where we can cooperate and assist one another to make the climb towards sustainable and healthy oceans that can support present and future generations free from the scourge of fisheries crime. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you. The last video in this session is from His Excellency Alan Korn on behalf of the Minister of Agriculture and Cooperatives, Thailand.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. Sawasdee krap. On behalf of Thailand and the Ministry of Agriculture and Cooperatives, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the Kingdom of Norway for hosting the Blue Justice Conference 2023 on working together against the fishery crime using digital innovation, and for giving me the floor as the representative of Thailand to participate in, to share with you my experience and commitment in combating fishery crime, particularly IUU fishing, to cooperate with governments and concerned international organizations. Thailand has been committed to supporting the elimination of fisheries crime and transnational organized crime that threaten human security, fishery resources, and the social and economic situation of our countries. Pleased to provide countries and international organizations its full cooperation in order to strengthen and increase the efficacy of implementing ocean governance on a global scale. Thailand respects the effort of the government of Norway and UNDP and supports the Copenhagen Declaration, especially the Blue Justice Initiatives, recognizing the need of establishing a network of cooperation in combating fishery crimes. Currently, Thailand is in the process of officially supporting the declaration. Thailand, as one of the world's leading seafood exporters, understands the importance of maintaining fishery resources in order to ensure sustainability and combat IUU fishing, as well as fishery crimes at the national and regional levels. With this, the government of Thailand has reformed its national fisheries sector in 2015, focusing on 5 major areas. First, revision of legal framework to ensure compliance with international law and measures, as well as stringent law enforcement. Second, fleet and fishery resources management to ensure that fishing fleet and fishing effort are in compliance with the status of fishery resources and that fishery resources are used maximally and sustainably. Third, establishment of monitoring, control, and surveillance, or MCS, for inspection and monitoring before, during, and after the fishing operations. Fourth, upgrading the traceability system. And fifth, protection of labor in the fishery sector. We have used digital tools, the electronic system, and also all relevant data linkage for licensing, monitoring, control, and surveillance with the common risk assessment. In addition, Thailand has used the port state measure analysis and reporting tool, or PSMART, to examine the risk of foreign vessels requesting entry into Thai ports. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to encourage countries and international organizations to prioritize the use of existing digital tools to maximize their effectiveness in preventing and eliminating fishery crimes and transnational organized crime. It is needed for all sector cooperation and also monitoring techniques and tactics in fishery crime that might be adapted all the time, including the development of current technology and innovations that could be employed to prevent and eliminate fishery crime more effectively. Thank you very much.
Number of years observe the undermining of participatory and inclusive institutions across in many different countries, across all continents, and also across all types of countries in terms of income groups. This is concerning, and it is particularly concerning with regard to sustainable natural resources management, and especially, of course, with regard to ocean use, where the public eye basically offers substantially less of a regulatory power. Arvin, please share with us what we did and how we did it.
Thank you, Anna-Katarina. I'm going to try to put this one on. Does it work? Does it work? Yeah. Okay, thank you, Anna-Katarina. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a true privilege and pleasure to be able to present to you this unique report that we at UNDP Global Policy Center for Governance, together with the German Institute for Development and Sustainability, has very recently developed and is launching here today as a global launch. It's a privilege, I say, not least because this report is really for you. It is for policymakers who are in the middle of making difficult decisions about where to invest their limited energy and resources. So please bear with us now for the next few minutes, and I'll tell you a little bit about how we did it, the findings that came out of this study, and also perhaps limitations that became clear as we did it. So let's have the first slide here. So essentially the question is, to what extent is there an impact from changes in our governance structure, the quality of our governance systems, on SDG 14? So does an improvement in governance systems in any way impact on SDG 14 targets? But that is a complex relationship to fully understand, and there are many ways of doing it. But what Anna-Katarina's staff and my staff decided to do was to employ a very specific methodology, which is called systematic literature review. Now, what that entails is that we selected a subset of high-quality, peer-reviewed, internationally published articles that were published after 2015. From a database of 25,000 articles, we selected around 350 and another 60 to do a proper deep investigation. And from that, we were able to actually ascertain certain linkages between SDG 16 governance indicators and SDG 14 impacts. But in order to make our analytical lens easier to manage, we decided to have a clustered approach in our analysis. Sorry, this is a bit complicated, so bear with me, Excellencies, but please try to take on board what we're trying to do here, which is at the top we have what we call input clusters, which is clustering of SDG 16 indicators that we think are extraordinarily important for effective progress on SDG 14. There are three of them. There's an accountability cluster, there's a participation cluster, and there's a transparency cluster. On the impact clusters, so the SDG 14 clusters, there's also three: marine pollution, marine protection, and sustainable fisheries. Now, we looked at the material through that lens and trying to see if there are qualitative or quantitative links that can be proven between the input clusters and the impact clusters. And I'll come back to why that's important. Next slide. So what did we find? Well, there are a number of findings here, and in a way, we've just started discussing this, and there are many potential offshoots of this study. But for what you have in front of you now is what we call an alluvial diagram. It's a bit hard for everyone to see, I understand, but what you do see is that the thickness of the flow from the left to the right, from the input clusters to the impact clusters, indicate the strength of the relationship. So to what extent one cluster is connected to another is indicated by the width or the breadth of these flows. And what this clearly shows is that the second input cluster, participation and inclusion, is clearly relevant for all impact clusters. In other words, participation and inclusion seems to be very important in ensuring progress on the SDG 14 indicators contained in the impact clusters. Now, and let's dive a little bit deeper into that, because there's a particularly strong connection between participation and inclusion and marine protection. Now, I don't think this comes as a surprise for any one of you, right? Including and making systems, creating formal and informal systems for inclusion and participation obviously impacts on the quality of our marine protection systems, right? But what this shows is really, I think, for the first time from a systematic analysis that connection is really strong. And with going a little bit deeper into this knowledge that comes out from the study is that the adverse is obviously true as well. When you do not have strong, inclusive, and participatory systems in design and implementation of marine protection efforts, they fail. And they fail on many different accounts, but they fail to the extent that they are entirely, in some cases, ineffective, but they also, in particular, fail when it comes to tackling illegality and illicit activity. So that's one takeaway from this. There are many other things that we could comment on here, and let me just again, keep submitting this caveat that this is a subset of studies that have been internationally published since 2015. It's not an exhaustive systematic literature review, but it does give an indication. Another important finding from this is that we see that investment in governance systems and government effort has a positive feedback loop effect, meaning that if you invest in good regulatory systems, it may improve your ability to have better and more accountable systems as well. Now, this is also not a surprise. It's intuitive and you can predict it from theory. But it does come out quite clearly. And when you, Excellencies, pick up your report, which is at the back of the room on your way out today, you can see at the back of the report, we're trying a systems dynamics analysis approach. Why? That's a complicated term, but what does it mean? It basically means that we're trying to uncover the very complex system that drives the connection between governance systems and SDG 14 indicators. And what it reveals, or at least starts to reveal, is that there are certain feedback loops, negative and positive, that are determinant for the entire system. In other words, there are certain elements that are reinforcing itself positive governance issues that can be strengthened. And there are certain elements and certain feedback loops that must be broken. And this is again why this is important. With your limited time and resources, you need to know where to invest your policy powers. And what this is beginning to do is chart out a system dynamics map that allows you to understand how to invest your resources most efficiently and break those negative loops and then reinforce those positive loops. Okay, let me then just, Anna-Katarina, end by saying that there were a number of insights that we gained from this that were not necessarily making us richer, but making us realize that we are poorer. What I mean by that is that while this was a relatively large subset of high-quality research pieces, it is still a relatively small one. And please do note that it is striking that if you look at transparency, the bottom input cluster, and accountability, the top input cluster, the relationship between that and the SDG 14 impact cluster seems relatively weak. But let's not infer from this that accountability is not important. It's come up here all through the statements. It's extraordinarily important. So is transparency. But the fact of the matter is that it is born out of theory and practice and experience more than research. Our research and body of research, qualitative and quantitative, does not to the extent that we perhaps were expecting prove that relationship to that extent. Again, that does not mean it is wrong. But it's something to reflect upon. And the final thing to reflect upon is a lot of this research turned out to be Northern initiated. So there's a lack of global South initiated research on these issues, the relationship between governance systems and our ability to reach SDG 14 targets. And this is important because we do think that the perspectives are different depending on where research is initiated and guided from. So Anna-Katarina, thank you very much, and thank you for the ability or the chance to put this in front of you, and do please pick up a copy on your way out today. Thank you.
Thank you, Arvin. Thank you. So we've seen that across the globe and across different regime types and different also climatic zones, social inclusion matters with regard to ocean governance. And we also know that transparency matters, but is very difficult with regard to the vastness of the ocean. And that's where Christian comes in and where satellite technology comes in. Christian, please take the floor.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. Your Excellencies, dear ministers, I've been listening with enthusiasm to your interventions through the day. I find that your insight in your challenges and your priorities is certainly an inspiration for the work that we are trying to achieve in the Norwegian Space Agency. Satellites can be a very powerful tool, sometimes as a supplement to other activities that we are performing on the surface of the Earth or in the vast oceans, especially when we're looking at what has been addressed by many of you, the large ocean areas that you are governing and where you have concern in terms of illegal fisheries. Satellites are global by nature. They are bound to orbit the globe, and that means that they will cover the Earth, and we can use that as a means in order to achieve what we are trying to within this very difficult agenda. Norway's first satellite was an AIS satellite. It weighed only 8 kilograms. It was launched in 2010. Immediately after launch, it provided insightful information on all seagoing vessels carrying AIS transponders. And by that, we were able to, actually with only one satellite, to be able to monitor the entire globe. Currently, we have 4 satellites in orbit, which continuously monitor. And with only a handful of satellites, we are actually able to monitor the entire globe on a near continuous basis. So, surveillance of illegal activities such as fisheries crimes is an essential part of what space technology can contribute to. In a changing world with the looming climate crisis, we also need to adapt to the possible new future. We might have to think in a different way when it comes to fisheries enforcement, where satellite-based solutions will, in even larger degree, be an integrated part of fisheries law enforcement. So it was with great enthusiasm and pleasure we received the assignment from Minister Sharon last year, a joint assignment to the Norwegian coastal authorities and the Norwegian Space Agency to investigate how the distribution of these types of data can indeed solidify and contribute to the effort within the Blue Justice Initiative. We are seeing through the provision of additional satellites providing AIS data under the program that we now established, the Arctic Ocean Surveillance Program, where we will develop up to 10 satellites which will serve as a source that can also through the coastal authorities be a provision of data to your local initiatives. We are seeing that in the support of the SDG 14, the satellites will play a significant role. The core message is that we experience that satellites today are important tools for both SDG 16 and SDG 14, and many other SDGs, as well as for the work under the Paris Agreement. We foresee that the satellites will continue to have a lot to do. The Norwegian NICFI satellite data program are one example on satellites already in service of the governance. And if I may draw your attention to the map shown on the view graph behind me, this shows the coverage provided by the NICFI program. The NICFI program is the Norwegian International Climate and Forest Initiative. This is a public-private partnership between commercial satellite industry and the Norwegian Ministry of Climate and Environment. Over the duration of 3 years, they have provided insight into the deforestation in more than 30 countries in the tropical rainforest area. By that, we have gained a lot of experience, and we have demonstrated the power that the use of the systematic use of satellite and satellite data, satellite imagery can provide. It has been discussed from many of you the importance of local engagement. I think this is imperative, and it was highlighted by the minister from Cape Verde, the importance of taking seriously the importance of the local community. So I believe that by an efficient and systematic use of satellite imagery and satellite infrastructure, where we already have experience and we know how to develop these types of services, we can support the SDG 17, the partnerships for the goals. As the ministry highlights, as the minister highlights, challenges are different indeed. And the Norwegian fleet of microsatellites can assist in these efforts for the various needs that are represented around these tables. In summary, I think there are 4 elements that needs to be highlighted. First of all, sharing of data to develop tools of common use. One size does not fit all, and through the experience that we have in the NICFI program and other developments of national services based on satellite data, we know that this is true. You have to adopt to the various individual needs. The strengthening of local governments is exceedingly important. We are pursuing this through our interactions in the participation we have in the EU space programs and the European Space Agency programs, using data provided, for instance, through the Copernicus program and making this into local programs or local services in Norway. The importance of transparency of action was addressed by Kenya. I think this is also important. We have to share what we know, and we have to use that for the common good. And finally, best practice, as was highlighted by several others, and the importance of building capacity in order to have an effective observer program that serves the purpose. Next slide, please. Finally, we are trying to put this into context. Illegal fishery is one important area, but we also have several other issues tied to the global fight that we have on climate change and sustainability. So for that purpose, we are organizing this conference coming up now in May, Fire and Ice, Space for Climate Action. We're putting together the experiences that we have jointly in the international community. We have extended invitations to several of the ministries around this table, and we certainly hope to see you in Oslo in the end of May. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christian Haugli Hansen. Thank you, Arvin Gatgel, for launching the study, for reminding us of the relevance of satellite technologies. Allow me, Excellencies, to emphasize 3 points and 3 takeaways together with the study while you leave the room for lunch. First of all, we heard, well, we can only govern what we know, and stakeholder involvement is important to actually enforce sustainable governance along coastlines, within EEZs, as well as in the area. Second, the vastness of the ocean makes governance difficult, but the study, the UNDP IDOS study, shows a clear correlation between inclusive participatory ocean and coastal governance and reduced illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing and also other ocean uses. And third, for an accelerated SDG 14 implementation, the knowledge governance nexus is crucial. We also have seen as part of the study that the empirical understanding of sustainable ocean governance, especially in tropical coastal zones, especially in those areas that are highly fertile, usually the marine ecosystems, highly fertile, but also especially affected by climate change, the knowledge of the changes in place in these marine ecosystems is reduced, is limited. And that, of course, also hampers governance capacities, steering capacities. The research that takes place often is shaped and the agenda set by northern science systems, which causes problems for actual implementation later on, for the actual use of the research insights. We've also heard the role of data and surveillance practices, especially outside also EEZs and outside or further away from coastal zones. And again, I would like to thank all of you for your attention, for inviting, and invite you to take one of the studies. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that informative deep dive. We will now close for a well-deserved lunch. Please note that there will be 2 side events during the break. But please enjoy your lunch, and I will see you back at 2:30.
226% of our 2016 GDP. Fisheries was not spared from the devastation of this hurricane that dealt a severe blow to our small-scale artisanal fisheries sector. A large number of fishing boats, marine engines, fishing gear, and infrastructure were either damaged or destroyed. Furthermore, our international capacity for fisheries management and conducting monitoring, control, and surveillance, which were already constrained, were exacerbated by the hurricane. This fact underpins the recognition of the nation's vulnerability and susceptibility to IUU and transboundary organized crime, where perpetrators would seek to take the opportunity to plunder our marine resources while we work to restore our artisanal fisheries sector and rebuild the institutional capacity for more effective fisheries management. The consequences of IUU are well known, such as threats to the marine ecosystem, sustainable livelihood, and opportunity lost socially and economically. Hence, you will appreciate that every available resource, including fisheries, must play an important role in the overall development of our economy amidst the additional pressure brought upon us by the COVID-19 pandemic to build a resilient country. The nation cannot realize the true contribution of fisheries to its goal towards achieving a blue economy if the full potential benefits are undermined by criminal acts. Additionally, there is an obligation to securing our small-scale fisheries, considering the SFF protocols were adopted under the Caribbean Common Fisheries Policy in 2018. Therefore, adequate and sustainable fisheries production is necessary to meet the objective of the SSF protocols, which will notably ensure fisherfolk receive social and financial benefits, support livelihoods through proper fisheries management, and improve gender relations, promoting equality and equity for all fisherfolks. It is for those reasons, and among others, that Dominica has consistently supported and will continue to support regional and international initiatives aimed at combating IUU, such as the 2001 International Plan of Action to prevent, deter, and eliminate IUU, the Regional Plan of Action to prevent, deter, and eliminate IUU in the Western Central Fishery Area, Western Atlantic Central Fishery Area, the 2010 Castries Declaration, as was mentioned this morning by the Executive Director of the CRFM. We supported the statement on the high-level Blue Justice Conference in December 10th, 2020 by CARICOM ministers responsible for fisheries on CARICOM's position to cooperate with other ocean nations and United Nations organizations to find sustainable solutions against IUU fishing and transitional organized crime in the global fishing industry to create a sustainable and fair blue economy for all our peoples. A further testament to Dominica's commitment to combat IUU was acceding to the legally binding FAO agreement on port state measures, which we signed on May 6, 2016. Noting, however, our implementation of the PSMA has been significantly constrained by a lack of capacity, both financial and technical, and therefore we welcome support in this regard. Regarding other initiatives, Dominica welcomes the active implementation of the WCAFC Regional Plan of Action on IUU in the CRFM Strategic Plan 2022 to 2030, and the resolution adopted by the 5th regular meeting of the Ministerial Council on May 21st, 2021. The resolution supports the declaration on transnational organized crime in the fishing industry and encourage member states individually to declare their support. Hence, it is with great pleasure at this Blue Justice Conference in Copenhagen, I solidify the Commonwealth of Dominica's unwavering support to combating IUU by formally signing on to the declaration today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. The next speaker is Mr. Reni on behalf of Minister of Agriculture and Lands, Fishery and Cooperatives from Grenada.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers and the delegations, representatives from regional and international organizations, other participants, ladies and gentlemen. I bring warm fraternal greetings on behalf of the Minister of Agriculture and Lands, Fisheries and Cooperatives, and the government and people of Grenada to this second international conference seeking to curb the threat of organized crime in the global fishing industry. Let me express our gratitude to the government of Norway, the government of Denmark, the UNDP, and other contributing partners for hosting this important international forum in support of implementation of the Copenhagen Declaration and the Blue Justice Initiative against this global phenomenon. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference comes at a time when the issue of IUU fishing, which may be related to organized crime in fisheries, is affecting the sustainability of fisheries resources, marine ecosystems, food and nutrition security, economic security, and thus could create a stranglehold on the economies of small island developing states, thereby severely impacting the sustainable livelihoods of our people. Therefore, Grenada is happy to join forces with the international community and lend its voice to raising awareness to strengthen interregional, intra-regional, and intersectorial cooperation and collaboration to confront this grave threat to our food security and our very existence. Grenada, as a signatory to the Copenhagen Declaration since 2021, will continue to actively support several ongoing regional efforts and initiatives within the Caribbean Regional Fisheries Mechanism and the wider region through the FAO WCAFC to eradicate this vexing issue. Evidently, this worrisome problem must be seen from the perspective of the challenges faced by small island developing states to achieve meaningful social and economic independence and sustainability of our people. Grenada, as a small island developing state, has an exclusive economic zone that is more than 75 times the size of its terrestrial area, which holds significant opportunities for the sustainable development of our people and economy. Over the past 4 decades, the fisheries sector has been one of the fastest growing sectors in the economy. Total output grew by over 600% over this period, and the sector now employs at least 1/5 of the total workforce. Ladies and gentlemen, Grenada's fisheries sector is a major contributor to poverty alleviation, employment and income generation, foreign exchange earnings and savings, supplies of important source of protein and minerals, and provides sustainable livelihood and well-being to our people. However, despite these achievements and opportunities that exist, we are cognizant of the many challenges that continue to confront this sector. These include IUU, international and local economic adversities, rising input costs, the need to optimize benefits from the industry, protection of fish stocks and habitats from pollution, revitalizing marginalized fishing communities, climate change, market access, and global competitiveness. Indeed, these challenges highlight the rationale for urgent action to broaden and reinforce support among the international community against IUU and crimes affecting the sustainability and development of fisheries within the context of the blue economy. Nevertheless, while current and proposed international initiatives and efforts are vital and necessary to confront this problem, in order to achieve real progress in reversing the inevitable consequences, it is also critical to bolster regional efforts to develop the institutional arrangements and infrastructure in human capital, technology, policy, and legislative requirements, thereby enhancing the the governance framework. In closing, I am confident that the outputs and outcomes of this conference would further engender the fortitude of not only the parties to this declaration, but also extend to other non-signatory states to join forces to curb the threat of crimes within the international fishing community. I thank you.
Thank you so much. The next speaker is His Excellency Duggins, Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Marine Resources from St. Kitts and Nevis. The floor is yours.
Fellow ministers, distinguished guests, friends of the ocean, good afternoon. It is an honor for me to address this distinguished gathering here in Copenhagen, Denmark, on behalf of my country, St. Kitts and Nevis. The government of St. Kitts and Nevis views crime in the fisheries sector as a critical element that threatens our food and nutrition security, the lives of our fisherfolk, and the development of the blue economy in its entirety. The ocean of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis is blessed with an abundance of resources. We approximately 2,000 of the population of 50,000 people depend on it to provide an income for their families. However, for more than 2 decades, we have observed fluctuations in fish landings. Fishers try to address this problem by increasing the amount of capital that they invest in the marine environment, but failed. They failed to improve their productivity. In many cases, this led to unsustainable fishing practices, which manifested in the reduction in the reduced abundance in fish stock. And we know that this problem is not endemic to St. Kitts and Nevis only. Many countries' fishing fleets are responding to the decrease in abundance in fish in the exclusive economic zones, EEZs, by targeting fisheries resources in their neighbors or distant countries' EEZs. This illegal, unreported, and unregulated IUU, this fishing can decimate stocks if left unchecked and worsen the food and nutrition security of our nations. As a small island nation, St. Kitts and Nevis is unable to regularly cover the breadth of our vast ocean to monitor the actions of mariners. In the absence of regular patrols, we want to urge fishers and others from other countries as well as our own to observe the marine laws of each state so that collectively we would have a chance to improve our food and nutrition security, provided that factors like climate change and land-based sources of marine pollution are addressed as well. Fishers are often enticed by ill-gotten gains of the association with the ocean. The easy money that can be made through trafficking of people, goods, and narcotics can be attractive. Given that not 100% of fish data can be captured, fishers can use this loophole to launder funds derived from illicit activities into the banking system. However, one cannot only blame our fishers for engagement in these types of activities. We must, as policymakers, develop an enabling environment for our fishers to thrive within the jurisdictions in which they are licensed to operate. We believe in order to obtain a reduction in fisheries crime, it should first start with educating the fishers and other industry participants on the good and sustainable practices within the sector. Then the legislation needs to be updated to deter practices leading to fisheries crime. Proper monitoring, control, and surveillance is also necessary to enforce all aspects of the legislation. And importantly, whenever infractions are found, justice must be swift and dissuading. This heavy-handed approach, however, must be complemented with soft measures to deter fisheries crime. We should look to develop fisheries infrastructure and facilities within our country to improve the quality and quantity of the fish caught. Aquaculture's growth is key to the provision of options to fishers and other industry participants. The use of the submersible fish aggregating devices would assist fishers in improving their productivity because submersible fads have a longer productive life than surface fads. Mutually, all nations must work together and use all strategies available to decrease fisheries crime. The tasks may appear to be difficult, but I am certain that it is achievable once we honestly cooperate. I am delighted that the Blue Justice Initiative convened this meeting so that like-minded countries can join the brightest minds together on fisheries crime to derive viable solutions to the topic. And with those few words, I wish to thank you all for your attention. And I am honored again to be here to represent my country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The floor is now ready for His Excellency Charles Jr., Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries in Jamaica.
Thank you so much, and apologies for the delay. Most Jamaicans, when they're overseas, have more than one job. So I was trying to do two things at the same time. The government and people of Jamaica firstly thank Denmark for hosting this conference, and also we acknowledge and thank the government of Norway and UNDP and all the stakeholders driving this very important Blue Justice Initiative. You know Jamaica. We are the land of wood and water, and well known for Usain Bolt and Shelley Fraser Price, the fastest man and woman alive, well known for Bob Marley and our wonderful music, our Blue Mountain coffee, renowned across the world. But I'm sure you didn't know that we have the 7th largest natural harbor in the world. I'm certain that you didn't know we have the Caribbean's largest fishing bank, Pedro Keys, which is almost 2/3 the size of our landmass. And I'm also certain that you did not know, interestingly, that we hold the Guinness World Book of Records for having the most churches per square mile and the most rum bars per square mile. So we pray and we drink, and we drink and we pray. But what's important is that we also signed the Copenhagen Declaration in 2021 following a series of activities because we believe in sustainable fisheries. And we are here today as part of the collective understanding well that food security, social security, national security, economic security are all achievable through cooperation, coordination, and communication. And we are here as colleagues, as countries, defining those mechanisms so that we can have transformation in our various spaces. And for us, we have more than 70% of our activity along the coastline. Most of our population is dependent in some way or the other on our marine space, which is 25 times larger than our landmass. And so we are very excited, interested, committed to making sure that the Blue Justice Conference and our initiatives are not just discussions, but that we move to action. Today, Jamaica will take the reins of leading in terms of the regional hub that will be designated for the Caribbean, a very important space for communication and exchange, which will be launched here today, and we invite you to participate in that as well. So, for the countries, whether you're surrounded by water, like we are, or whether you're surrounded by land, the ocean is important. And it is therefore critical that we continue to define the concepts that are going to combat the IUU and the fisheries crimes. So we look forward to participating and accessing the Blue Justice support through the community, through that secure platform that's going to be created, or that is created. And we look forward to the support and to supporting members as we drive the Blue Justice Initiative across the world, defining the best path towards sustainable fisheries. I thank you, colleagues.
Thank you so much, and for enlightening us with the combination of church and bars. Thank you. The next speakers will join us by live stream, and first out is Mr. Castaneda on behalf of Minister of Fisheries and Blue Economy in Belize.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant good afternoon, good morning for us here in Belize, and greetings from the people and government of Belize. On behalf of the Minister of Blue Economy and Civil Aviation, Honorable Andrew Perez, I would like to share the following remarks. The government of Belize would like to extend its compliment to the organizers and sponsors of this event and express its appreciation for the commitment and participation of all present today. This will undoubtedly enrich your understanding of the experience of Belize and others in addressing key challenges in fisheries. Belize is a highly dependent nature-based economy, making its maritime space, natural resources, and associated ecosystems key elements for ensuring food security, employment, social development, and economic growth of the country. The nation's 200 miles reef system and fisheries resources are at the center of our blue economy, and it has been estimated that Belize's reef and its associated ecosystems contribute approximately $1 billion Belize dollars annually to our national economy through fisheries, tourism, and shoreline protection. Together, some 4.2% of our national population are direct beneficiaries of shallow water fishery resources of Belize, which is ranked fourth as a primary income earner. Inherently, the socioeconomic value of fisheries, coupled with access to health and affordable seafood, is consequential, and the potential to sustainably expand and provide new social, economic, and environmental benefits are key objectives of the government of Belize. Belize has also recently embarked on an initiative to explore its deep water fishery resources within our oceans as an avenue for further development of the sector. This is uncharted territory for us and will require guidance for its development. We're hopeful, however, that the Blue Justice Initiative can create the opportunities and tools for exchange of experiences and technologies among our participating countries. Belize has become a leader in the sustainable use of fishery resources through robust science and conservation efforts. Recently, we completed the Finfish Management Plan through an adaptive and integrated multi-species management approach that simplifies monitoring and decision-making by grouping managed species into baskets, an innovative process for greater efficiency. To complement this effort, Belize has declared a total of 20% of its oceans under protected status. Of this, there was an increase of 11.63% declared in 2022 as high biodiversity protection marine reserves, or no-take zones, under the recent Blue Bond agreements. It is expected by 2025, Belize would achieve up to 30% of its waters under protected status. Belize has also developed comprehensive legislation for improved management of its fishery resources, as well as addressing issues to curb IUU fishing. Under the Blue Bond Conservation Fund Agreement, Belize is committed to the implementation of a governance framework for domestic and high seas fisheries consistent with transparent, science-based, socially responsible international best practices. The framework calls for ensuring compliance with all national, regional, and global obligations related to fishing activities, including enhanced monitoring to address illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing activities. The initial funding stream for these activities through the Blue Bonds Agreement will initiate April of this year. Within the legal framework, a key element in our new Fisheries Resources Act of 2020 that is vital in addressing a shared approach to IUU fishing is that it establishes higher fines and penalties, for which serves as deterrents in addressing illegal fishing, one. But more importantly, it also makes provisions similar to the US Lacey Act, which has fines and penalties for fisheries-related offenses committed contrary to the laws of another state. Belize continues to embrace technology as a tool for effective fisheries, for effective fisheries management. A great deal was learned through the COVID-19 pandemic, of course. It taught us that technology has tremendous potential for increasing efficiency in the work we do. Belize has recently received more than 60 VMS devices for the monitoring for our small-scale fishing fleet. A great addition, of course, to our management efforts, but it is long-term implementation also comes with challenges, not only for Belize, but for the region. The impediment to be more effective in the implementation of these tools is the high cost of airtime and monitoring platforms needed for VMS systems to be more cost-effective. This is a task that we can jointly seek to address and make accessible to our small developing countries like Belize. We also continue to utilize the Spatial Monitoring and Reporting Tool, SMART, to improve enforcement efforts in national waters, but again, there are technological gaps that need to be filled. In closing, Belize recognizes the need for enhanced cooperation among states, regional, and international organizations, and calls on countries to take bold actions to combat IUU fishing and international organized crimes in the fishing industry. Belize emphasizes the serious threat that IUU fishing and related transnational organized crime has on our marine ecosystems and its implications to management and conservation of our ocean resources, and to the great impacts it has on the livelihoods of vulnerable fishing communities. Thus, Belize remains committed in supporting the Copenhagen Declaration on Transnational Organized Crime in Global Fishing Industry, and strongly embrace the Blue Justice Initiative and continue to look forward for fruitful and impactful actions. Belize affirms its commitment to continue to collaborate with partners to further address transnational organized crime in the global fishing industry through the implementation of regional and international instruments. With that, thank you.
Thank you so much. I think it's so magical when the technician works so spotless. So next speaker, Mr. Busto, on behalf of Undersecretariat in the Ministry of Fisheries and Agriculture in Chile. The screen is yours.
Honorable government representatives, distinguished delegates and members, thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm happy to be part of this 2023 Blue Justice Conference on behalf of Julio Salas, the current Undersecretary of Fishery and Agriculture of our government in Chile. As you know, the ocean protection and the fishing sector are issues of great importance for our country, and Chile has developed a set of policies and initiatives that aim to respond to the challenges and threats that we face today in these fields through sustainable practices and participatory processes. Illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing is a serious threat that directly affects the marine environment worldwide, and as such representative a significant challenges for the industrial and artisanal fishing sectors in our country and everywhere around the world. We believe, for this reason, that the effort against illegal, undeclared, and unregulated fishing is a task that we must carry out in a coordinated manner, which is why we highlight the value of this Blue Justice Alliance as its commitments, as well as others ongoing alliances around the world, as a complementary and important effort to establish synergies to achieve these objectives. For these reasons, I am delighted to inform that Chile will continue developing, cooperating, and working with you on these important initiatives, and of course, will remain available to contribute to the next step of its development. Best regard, and again, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is His Excellency Hidalgo, Vice Minister of Fisheries in Ecuador. The screen is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night to everybody. It is a real pleasure to be part of this conference and act in the name of the Ecuadorian people. I would like to recognize and thank Norway, Denmark, and the UNDP for organizing and supporting this important meeting. Our oceans are our substance, the primary source from which all life originated and sustains itself, an area of transit, of discoveries, of food, and of oxygen. Ocean is a playground for adventures, a sport court for athletes, a huge space for economic exchange, but also a massive field of action prone to criminal activities. Local and transnational organized crime groups are increasingly finding innovative ways to benefit from gaps in rules and protocols, notoriously harming the regulated sector precisely because they can access this information while we can barely elucidate theirs. These forms of illegal activity are not limited to fishing, but take advantage of its management. Criminals use document forgery, bribery, and extortion, using fishing vessels to traffic drugs, people, goods, and weapons, since their wandering navigation patterns and long periods at sea allow them to manage in the maritime environment. This is logical, since criminal networks take advantage of large-scale commercial fishing procedures to finance or cover up other illegal activities that are difficult to trace and to impute. The response to these threats has been the traditional one. Ecuador has implemented a series of measures, such as criminal law modifications aimed at tackling fishing-related crimes and protecting our marine resources, strengthening interinstitutional cooperation, working closely with our government agencies and civil society, with other countries in the region and internationally, strengthening the cooperation and improving our ability to deal with this threat. Currently, Ecuador is implementing the second Open Government Action Plan that establishes citizen access to documents and procedures to allow effective public surveillance. This measure has led us to start the process of adopting the Fisheries Transparency Initiative, FITI standard, which allows society participation, transparency, and public debate, channeling information from fisheries through digital platforms that contribute to the reduction of corruption and other associated crimes. In addition, Ecuador has the Integrated System of Aquaculture and Fisheries, a software that, with spatial monitoring through satellite monitoring centers, align in a single platform the processes of the 3 undersecretariats that manage fisheries and aquaculture, improving response times through auditable technology. However, we all know that this is not enough. Ecuador believes in the Blue Justice Initiative as a platform for regional and international cooperation in the fight against crime in the oceans. We consider it plausible to address the global, regional, and national challenges of fisheries-related illegal activities in cooperation with all nations. But we must accept that we humans, limited by our biology and nature, need the help of digital innovation to progress. Specifically, the implementation of modern tools, such as artificial intelligence, to detect, filter, communicate, and manage multinational actions that help us react efficiently to those who want chaos in our oceans. In this sense, we know that with AI currently plays a key role in the communications aspect, It handles information more efficiently than any other known system. And although conventional satellite communication offers continuity in a diversity of environments, ubiquity, and scalability of the service, it is possible that with AI, these benefits can be optimized with the resource management, with the control and the security of the network, with the management of the spectrum, and the use of energy for the implementation of intergovernmental measures against fishing-related crimes in real time, reducing the probability of involuntary errors. AI, which includes machine learning, deep learning, and reinforcement learning, has grown steadily, not only within the field of research, but also in the application field. In particular, the application of AI to a wide variety of aspects of satellite communications has shown excellent potential, including interference avoidance, network traffic forecasting, channel modeling, telemetry mining, management interference, remote detection, behavior modeling, space, air-ground integration, and power management. We believe that innovation in the technology of traceability, management, and fishing policy mechanisms contribute to the sustainability of our marine resources, protect our environment, and promote sustainability development. Free of fishing-related crimes, giving efficient, transparent, and strengthened responses to the needs of the fishing sector, nationally and internationally. For this reason, we are pleased to be part of this initiative, hoping that we can strengthen security in our oceans for our people and sustainability for our resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And now we welcome His Excellency Singh, Minister in the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, Trinidad and Tobago. The screen is yours.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and fellow Blue Justice advocates, good day. I am pleased to deliver remarks on behalf of Senator the Honorable Kazim Hussein, the Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, Government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago proudly stands as a committed partner in the global fight against organized crime in the fishing industry. Our nation's beautiful waters and unique marine ecosystems are treasures that we must protect for our future generations. Along with several other CARICOM states, Trinidad and Tobago signed to the Copenhagen Declaration in October 2021. This is a testament to our commitment to national, regional, and international collaboration between both countries and agencies in advancing our efforts to combat organized crime in the global fishing industry. However, we have been part of the Blue Justice community since 2020, with 11 members from 4 government agencies actively participating. It currently assists our country in completing due diligence checks on vessels that have utilized our ports. Additionally, it aids the global fight against illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. Trinidad and Tobago was an early adopter of the revolutionary vessel tracking system being used on the community to share fishing vessel tracks and patterns in the region. This system has been used to ensure that fishing vessels are in compliance with regional and international obligations. Further, it gives me great pleasure to say that Trinidad and Tobago has been leading the way in utilizing maritime domain awareness tools in the fight against illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing in the Caribbean. By employing this type of advanced technology to monitor our waters, we aim to dismantle the criminal networks responsible for this illegal trade. Our country has actively sought partnerships with regional and international organizations to share information, resources, and expertise. We are particularly grateful for the support of the Blue Justice Initiative and other like-minded nations in this endeavor. In closing, I would like to reaffirm Trinidad and Tobago's commitment to the Blue Justice Initiative and the fight against organized crime in the global fishing industry. We look forward to continued collaboration with all stakeholders as we work assiduously to preserve the integrity and beauty of our marine environment. It is only together that we will strengthen our collective resolve to protect the world's oceans and the precious species that inhabit them. Special appreciation to Norway, Denmark, and the UNDP for organizing this very important and critical conference. Thank you for your attention, and may our shared dedication lead us to a brighter, more sustainable future for our oceans and the life they support. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Her Excellency Connolly, Minister of Fisheries in Turks and Caicos Islands. The screen is yours.
Good day to all representatives of countries that are supporting the Copenhagen Declaration on Transnational Organized Crime in the Global Fishing Industry. My name is Honorable Josephine Connolly, Minister of Tourism, Environment, Fisheries and Marine Affairs, Culture and Heritage, Agriculture, and Religious Affairs in the Turks and Caicos Islands. It is with great honor that I am able to represent the Turks and Caicos Islands and its support of the Blue Justice Initiative that has been coordinated by the United Nations Development Program, UNDP. The Turks and Caicos Islands is a small island chain lying on the southeastern periphery of the Bahamas. With a mere population of approximately 45,000 persons spread across 8 major islands and 20+ keys. Our marine waters are at risk of illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing activities. We face complex challenges and threats alongside many of our neighboring countries in the Caribbean region. With our limited capacity, we have taken every opportunity to increase our enforcement measures, collaborate with our country's neighbors, and establish legal framework to administer justice to those responsible for engaging in illegal activity. When examining how the Turks and Caicos Islands have been affected by the blue economy and blue growth, we are extremely lucky to have marine resources that have contributed to our tourism industry and our fishing industry. These two industries alone contribute significantly to the GDP. As the Blue Justice Initiative respects the rights of the small fishing communities, it is our responsibility to investigate any pressures on these fisheries and promote sustainable development in both the fisheries sector and coastal community. Currently, our Department of Fisheries and Marine Resources Management is initiating a situation analysis of the marine fishery sector. We believe that we must understand every facet of the fisheries in the Turks and Caicos Islands to protect our economy and resources. However, with our physical open borders, we are at risk to IUU fishing and other organized crime. In the past 5 years, the Turks and Caicos Islands captured 44 vessels, including 10 in 2022, attempting to remove our natural resources. The captains and crew were given swift justice in our legal system, with fines and confinement up to $10,000 and up to 12 months, respectively. However, it has taken a toll financially, socially, and environmentally. Our borders and livelihoods are at risk. Therefore, the Turks and Caicos Islands appreciate and accept the opportunity to cooperate and benefit from the Blue Justice Initiative. We do not wish to force out our lead fisheries, but rather effectively utilize these resources for the betterment of the people in the Turks and Caicos Islands. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The next speakers will join us on video, and first is His Excellency Ford, Minister of the Environment and National Beautification, Barbados.
Barbados fishing industry weaves together the multicolored social fabric of coastal communities and forms the national identity of Barbadians. This climate-sensitive sector straddles the kaleidoscope of colored economies and, unfortunately, including the black economy. An economy bedeviled, of course, with illegal activities such as drug and human trafficking and unregulated and unreported fishing, which have often posed a significant challenge in the sector worldwide. Fisheries crime threatens food security and undermines the stability of our ocean. How are we charting the way forward towards a better future for the fishery industry? We have been working closely in Barbados with the regional security systems to detect, stop, and fight fisheries crime. Throughout the whole supply chain, we are striving to assure the legality and traceability of our fish and execute operations to dismantle the criminal networks that are behind these crimes. At the national level, we have started to outfit our vessels with state-of-the-art vessel monitoring systems to provide comprehensive monitoring and analysis of vessel usage, compliance, and behaviors with respect to marine protective areas and restricted use areas. Traceability is a game changer on both fronts, ensuring that fish shipments are certified as having been caught ethically in accordance with best practices. However, the certification cannot solely rely on the fisherman's good faith. The development of plans and policies is therefore key in supporting good governance. We are in the process of adopting the regional plan of action to prevent, deter, and eliminate IUU, so that our national conversation can be one that enhances this sector. Another notable initiative is the improvement of our legislative framework to strengthen fisheries management and promote monitoring and surveillance policies, including the mandating the use of our vessel monitoring devices aboard all vessels registered in Barbados. The Sustainable Fisheries Management and Development suite of laws are part of a legislative reform project for Barbados fishing industry. We are working assiduously to enact this new bill later in the year. The course of action I have outlined may be met with many turbulent seas, but with passionate leaders at the helm to steer us in the right direction, we will sail safely to our destination. I now take this opportunity to sign on behalf of the people and government of Barbados the Copenhagen Declaration. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Barbados, and the signature. Next up is His Excellency Sevedini, Minister in the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Husbandry and Fisheries, Suriname.
Honorable Mr. Chair and distinguished colleagues, I am honored to deliver to you this short statement on behalf of the government of Suriname and to confirm our support and appreciation for the efforts being made under the Blue Justice Initiative and the Blue Resilient Project. At this moment, our country is greatly in need of the continued benefits of the resources which are present in our waters, and we recognize the threats coming from IUU fishing and transnational organized crime. We see that the perpetrators are increasingly making use of sophisticated technology to carry out these adverse activities in our waters and across our region. At the national level, we are aware that the commitment from the relevant authorities and stakeholders is essential for a good response to these challenges. We can confirm that the efforts mentioned above have positively triggered actions and engagement to formulate and implement a maritime security strategy on a regional scale as well as in the national context. However, we recognize the constraints in terms of budget, capacity, and the necessary technology. Therefore, we fully support the International Declaration on Transnational Organized Crime in the global fishing industry, and we are glad to be part of the Blue Justice community. We can also confirm that the Blue Justice Community platform is increasingly providing insight into the movement of vessels in the region and creating a basis for greater collaboration in sharing of information. We look forward to sharing, learning, and improving together in the fight against IUU and transnational organized crime. We welcome and support the intention of Jamaica to function as the regional hub. Furthermore, I would like to thank Norway and the UNDP for organizing this conference and express my commitment to the partnership towards a sustainable and fair blue economy. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much. And now to the last speaker in this session, His Excellency Costa, Minister of Livestock, Agriculture and Fisheries, Uruguay.
Es un placer para Uruguay participar de esta conferencia de la Blue Justice Initiative. Con la cooperación del United Nations Development Program, la United Nations Office of Drugs and Crime, la International Labour Organization, el Ministerio de Comercio, Industria y Pesca de Noruega, el Consejo Nórdico de Ministros y el Grupo de Inteligencia Pesquera del Atlántico Norte, une a más de 28 países a nivel mundial, de todos los continentes, con la finalidad de generar una economía azul sostenible, justa y libre de delitos pesqueros, ratificando la importancia del tema a nivel internacional. Asimismo, señala la importancia de la cooperación entre las diferentes naciones por este tema, pues solos es imposible alcanzar las metas propuestas. La cooperación debe ser profundizada, otorgando las herramientas necesarias para un delito que se modifica tan rápido como las medidas que los países adoptan y los organismos implementan. Estas acciones y herramientas no dejan de lado la responsabilidad de los países de la bandera del barco para aumentar sus controles y cumplimiento de las recomendaciones internacionales. También es necesario que estas medidas sean tomadas por los países que compran estos productos, los cuales deben impulsar la máxima protección para que la pesca ilegal no llegue a su mercado. Esto debe ser parte de la hoja de ruta internacional. De otra manera, sería imposible llegar a buen puerto. Ahora, ¿esto implica terminar con la pesca de captura? Seguro que no. A partir de fines del año pasado, somos 8.000 millones de personas en el planeta. Y esto lleva a un aumento en la necesidad de proteínas de alta digestibilidad y de alto valor biológico, de las cuales el pescado es una excelente fuente de saludable nutrición. Uruguay mantiene un firme compromiso con el cuidado y la protección del ambiente, la sostenibilidad y los controles para el uso de su puerto. La pesca ilegal es un delito transnacional que puede afectar la economía, el desarrollo sustentable y los derechos humanos, por lo que Uruguay se compromete de forma voluntaria a implementar medidas para disuadir y contrarrestar la delincuencia pesquera organizada transnacional. En esta línea es que suscribe en el año 2016 el Acuerdo de Medidas del Estado Rector del Puerto, siendo el único que lo ha ratificado en el Atlántico Sudoccidental y transformándose en los últimos años en destacado actor en el diseño de la estrategia y de las directrices para fortalecer dicho acuerdo. Es necesario señalar también los derechos humanos en las embarcaciones, como lo plantea esta iniciativa, que va desde los derechos a un trabajo digno a bordo hasta el derecho a su asistencia en el puerto más cercano, incluyendo la posibilidad para el trabajador de llegar a su domicilio. En este sentido, Uruguay presentó un gran desafío al momento de la pandemia, garantizando que, mediante corredores sanitarios y cuarentenas en tierra, se permitiera el cambio de las tripulaciones en embarcaciones legales en todo el Atlántico Sudoccidental, así como la posibilidad de que se siguiera trabajando en tareas de pesca legal para brindar alimentos a varios países del mundo. Otro punto a señalar es el derecho a que se investiguen las causas de los accidentes que pudieran ocasionar el fallecimiento de personas durante su trabajo y contemplar ser sepultado en su propia tierra. El puerto de Montevideo deberá garantizar el cumplimiento de las condiciones legales para los barcos de esta región y seguirá combatiendo las embarcaciones que no cumplen las reglas y realizan pesca ilegal, no declarada y no reglamentada. Para esto es fundamental trabajar en acuerdos de cooperación que realmente puedan ayudar en el cumplimiento de estos objetivos. En esta línea, Uruguay viene trabajando con la FAO, Interpol y otros organismos o países mediante acuerdos específicos de entendimiento. La participación en el proyecto Blue Justice Initiative ofrece a Uruguay la oportunidad de seguir desarrollando capacidades e intercambiar información con otros países en áreas tales como pesca ilegal, impuestos, trabajo y la seguridad, a fin de abordar de manera más eficaz los delitos en esta materia. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, and a big thank you to all of you. We have been on an amazing travel and heard about the challenges of fisheries crime from every corner of the globe. I will now give the floor to the person who probably knows everybody in this room, Gunnar Stølsvik, and the Blue Justice Secretariat, which will try to summarize some of the highlights on the day so far. Gunnar, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Is my microphone working? Yeah, what a day. It's just fantastic. It's like a marathon from one corner of the world to another. It's absolutely amazing. And I must say that I'm absolutely, I agree with the Norwegian fisheries minister saying that that it's, of course, it's shocking to hear about all the challenges that this world is facing when it comes to fisheries crime. But at the same time, it's also uplifting that we are able to gather this many people and also that many high-level representatives from all over the world here in Copenhagen. So I really want to appreciate, I want to say a big thank you to all of you. I know that many of you have been traveling very far to be here, and I really hope that it's not in vain. But I think that it is very important that we are very clear in our message, saying that this problem actually exists. That is important. And then, of course, it is also important, as was mentioned in several of the speeches, that we also demand for concrete results and not only talk. Sometimes we have to talk. Today we had to talk, and we had to agree on the problem. And to be able to deal with the problem, we have to agree on the problem. That is the first step to solve the problem. I think time don't allow me to go through everything, but I think that there is some issues that I want to take with me. We have heard about, of course, the digital dimension, which is the need for maritime surveillance, AIS, satellite technology, and digital tools, which several of the speakers have raised as a concrete need. We have also heard about regional initiative, and in this case, particularly from the Caribbean, which have actually created their own Copenhagen and Blue Justice resolution, minister resolution. And I think that is fantastic, and it shows that that region is really taking this seriously and have a clear roadmap in the implementation of this, basically going from words to action. And I'm very happy that Jamaica and the rest of the Caribbean is going to have an event just after my speech. And so that is important. So to sum up, we have heard about links with other crimes, such as security issues, drugs, piracy, toxic waste, and human trafficking, as well as the issues that we all are concerned about, like illegal fishing, tax crime, customs fraud, economic crime, etc. And also, I think there was one of the speakers that said that food security of humans, of human beings, are at stake. And I think that is also a very important thing to take with us, because it's so a part of this is also to secure the food supply in this world, and also that it is distributed in a fair way through a fair and sustainable blue economy. So, and then we have this fantastic moment that we actually already have more countries that have joined the Copenhagen Declaration. It's Côte d'Ivoire, Ivory Coast. They signed the declaration. Mauritania have signed the declaration. Madagascar have committed themselves to sign the declaration. Barbados have signed the declaration. And now, lastly, also Thailand was saying that they were in the process of signing the declaration. So that is fantastic. But I also know that there is some countries, some ministers in this room that would like to sign the declaration. So I will invite those ministers to come up and take a seat here. I will also ask the depositor of the declaration, which is Minister Skjæran. You can also come up here. And then I will call upon Your Excellency, Minister of Somalia, to take a seat. And Her Excellency, the Minister of Angola. His Excellency, the Minister from Dominica, the Commonwealth of Dominica. And His Excellency from Tuvalu. And then, lastly, also the representative from Guinea that is going to take part in this ceremony on behalf of the minister. Okay, so think what we'll do, start with Your Excellency. So you sign there, and we can fill in afterwards, okay?
Okay. Here?
Yes. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay.
And the other one as well.
Today is
23rd of March.
Thanks.
And then you also, if you can also do it on that, because one of the copies are yours. So we'll just put that. Då tar du och signerar på baksidan.
try once more. Thank you for your attention. This is a great day for this cooperation. At this moment, we pass 60 countries in the Blue Justice family. That means that we get more important, we get stronger, we reach wider with this very important work. And many of you have said this before today, but I also will say it once again. This means we can, with more strength, we can go from talk to action. And on behalf of all the members, I will, as depositor for the Copenhagen Declaration, thank you all for your strong support, and I will also thank our new members for their support, and warm congratulations and warm welcome to this very important work and to this family. So thank you very much.
Okay, so now before you leave, let's have a photo of the new. So let's. Thank you.
No, it really happens. Anyone else? And everybody has to delete the other picture.
Okay, so I think we are. We will move on to another very festive moment, which is I believe is the next point on the agenda, which is the launch of the Blue Justice Caribbean Hub. So Milton and Jamaica, are you ready for? Yes. So we'll just have a small.
Good afternoon. Excellencies, ministers, ladies and gentlemen. Today is a symbolic day for the Caribbean region and for Jamaica also. Jamaica is humbled to have been given the opportunity to host the Caribbean Blue Justice Hub. However, I must first start by saying we had a bit of an incident this morning when the executive director was giving a speech. The gentleman is okay resting in the hotel, so for all of you to know that everything is okay. But it also demonstrated a very valuable point. When he had his incident, everyone rushed over to help. Everyone was concerned. We are all wanting to find out what was wrong and to help. And this is what the hub will be about. The unity of the region, that we all work together in strength to defend our nation. As a signatory to the Copenhagen Declaration, Jamaica tried to get the most out of this. We wanted more. So then there was the Blue Justice Initiative, and we tried to get as much. We became members of the community. We're trying to see how much we could get out of the community. Then there was a Blue Resilience Project. Then we had the multi-agency mechanism. And we realized working together in Jamaica, all our agencies working together, made us stronger, made us more effective. And we said, but the region could use this. And we can work as a region, united, to fight against this scourge of IUU and fisheries crimes. Up here on the stage, there are the SDG goals. I'll call to your attention 3 of the goals. SDG 14, which is life below water. Now, SDG 17, working together for the goal. That is what the hub is about, working together for the goal. And the main one, which has been mentioned by almost every country that has said something today, is SDG 1, no poverty. With IUU and fisheries crimes, our legitimate fisher folk are pressured and they are not given an ability to earn what they could from the natural resources of our area. So this, we hope, and we will work together to make sure that we assist our legal fishers to observe SDG 1, no more poverty. So thank you all, and we'll go into the program now. And first of all, I'd like to welcome the Deputy Resident Representative from the UNDP, country office in Jamaica, Mrs. Ava Anderson. White Anderson, if you would like that. Thank you, please.
Thank you. Excellencies, ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon?
Good afternoon.
Okay. It is my distinct honor to greet you on behalf of the United Nations Development Program country offices within the Caribbean region. Nearly 5 years after signing the Copenhagen Declaration here in UN City, we are pleased to return to Copenhagen with a fully engaged and committed Caribbean ministerial team to support the launch of the Blue Justice Caribbean Hub. This is a powerful demonstration of intergovernmental and interagency cooperation on illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing utilizing digital innovation. For small island developing states, such as those in the Caribbean, the ocean is more than just an engine of livelihoods, commerce, and energy production. It is the inheritance of generations, and the people of small island developing states see this gift as a responsibility. Therefore, developing and maximizing the Caribbean region's blue economy is essential for driving economic development, diversification, and enhancing the quality of people's lives. However, like many other countries stated earlier, the Caribbean faces significant challenges in this mission. A 2022 report on Latin America and the Caribbean indicates that some 8 to 15% of the annual catch is lost to IUU fishing. The United Nations Office on Drug and Crime estimates that the value of fish loss from criminal activities is between $10 to $23 billion annually. Overfishing causes fish overfishing causes food insecurity, displaces fisher livelihoods and fish-related industries, and is often associated with serious crimes. In the word of Assistant Secretary General for CARICOM Secretariat, Joseph Cox, IUU fishing and transnational organized crime in the global fishing industry constitutes a serious threat to the security and the sustainable use of the region's living marine resources and marine biodiversity. It also jeopardizes food security and blue economic development of the countries in the region. But we have hope. In fulfillment of our global mission focused on eliminating poverty and inequality while building resilience against shocks and crises, UNDP remains resolute in helping countries effectively govern and manage their coastal and marine resources. The Blue Justice Caribbean Hub represents an excellent example of how UNDP intends to leverage digital transformation as a key pillar in our SIDS offer to drive economic development and advance sustainable livelihoods and quality of life with a focus on the most vulnerable populations. We are happy to join forces with our committed CARICOM and international partners to advance the regional and national goals with respect to eliminating IUU fishing through this transformative hub. Through strategic partnerships, UNDP is building digital capacity in the Caribbean to help countries utilize digitalization to address development problems. Importantly, technology and digital innovation can boost ocean governance, reduce fisheries crimes, and enhance sustainable development for all our territories. One example of UNDP's efforts in this arena is Blue Digital. That's a pilot experiment from one of UNDP's accelerator labs in the region that applies digital tools and solutions to improve segments of the blue economy ecosystem and value chains for fisherfolk, government, tourism industry partners, and the general public as consumers. On behalf of the UNDP country offices in the Caribbean, I would like to thank the Norwegian government and the UNDP Blue Resilience Project team for your continued support and guidance. We also would wish to commend all the CARICOM governments for their demonstrated commitments to ending IUU fishing. We believe the Caribbean stands to make a sizable contribution to the achievement of SDG 14, Life Below Water. UNDP, in collaboration with our partners, are committing to providing the requisite resources at the national and regional levels to ensure the hub meets its full potential. Thank you.
Thank you very much for bringing all the points together. And you will see up here on the stage we are all represented. The ministers from the region, CRFM is represented, and the Norwegians will be here with us in a minute to give their blessings. So next, we ask Mr. Peter Murray, Senior Advisor to CRFM, to bring his greetings from the Regional Fisheries Mechanism.
Good afternoon, everyone. I will adopt the protocol already established. There are a lot of things that I could say that have been said already. And so since I've been here, I actually cut down on what I initially had to say, especially in the interest of time. You must be tired, it's been a long day. But it's important to know that IUU fishing is considered a major threat to our fishing resources in the
tenemos
Caribbean
amenazas
region,
mayores
undermines
frente a
regional efforts
la pesca
to conserve
y se
and
tienen que
manage
llevar
our
a
fish
cabo
stocks. And
esfuerzos
we've already
regionales.
spoken about some of those, like
Ya hemos
the loss of
ya han hablado algunos de
short-term and
ustedes
long-term social and economic opportunities and these things.
de las diferentes oportunidades
we
sociales.
preaching to the converted. Our countries have expressed concern about the links between IU fishing and other forms of crime related to fishing, as well as organized criminal activities which use fishing as a cover. We are also concerned about the extent of transnational organized criminal groups' involvement in the fisheries sector in these activities. The CRFM, the Caribbean Regional Fisheries Mechanism, has identified several IU fishing activities in the CARICOM region. Some of them have already been alluded to by our ministers in earlier interventions. If IU fishing, seafood fraud, and commercial maritime criminal activities are not dealt with, they can lead to the permanent collapse of our fisheries or seriously impair efforts to rebuild stocks that have already been depleted. The fight against IU fishing and associated maritime criminal activities is therefore a high priority for CARICOM and hence the Caribbean Regional Fisheries Mechanism, which is actually the fisheries agency of the Caribbean community. And these countries, given the impact on our national and regional security, governance, and sustainable development of our countries. We have already emphasized our commitment to a number of other instruments that, again, have been alluded to by previous speakers. I want to note, though, that we have 3 CARICOM specialized institutions that work together to address IU fishing and other maritime crime in the region. One is the agency for which I have the honor to be associated with, the Caribbean Regional Fisheries Mechanism. 2, the CARICOM Implementing Agency for Crime and Security, who we lovingly call IMPACS, and the Regional Security System made up of 8 of our member countries, and we work together to address IU fishing. There are other instruments that we have put in place. We are aware and therefore associate ourselves with the Caribbean Wildlife Enforcement Network, which we lovingly call CARIBUEN. The Western Central Atlantic Fisheries Commission Regional Plan of Action to combat, deter, and all the rest of it in terms of IU fishing. CARICOM as a region has recognized and acknowledged the value of the Copenhagen Declaration on transnational organized crime in the global fisheries industry and continues to stand ready to cooperate with other ocean agencies and UN organizations to find sustainable solutions against IU fishing and transnational organized crime in the global fishing industry, to create a sustainable and fair blue economy for all our people. This is born testimony by our ministerial declaration of 2021 regarding IU fishing. And my executive director alluded to it already earlier. But most importantly, it called upon member states that had not at that time yet done so to adopt the declaration. Among the priorities and steps mapped out in the regional technical meeting. And member states agreed to follow up with the Blue Justice Initiative and the Blue Resilience Project to advance the region's engagement on its combined approach to address IU fishing and transnational organized crime in the fishing industry, and also to support regional approaches to working with the BJI, building on existing policy commitments to regionalization in promoting sustainable fisheries and improving security, as well as enhanced use of available tracking and analytical tools to improve maritime domain awareness in the region. Follow up with the Blue Justice Initiative and Blue Resilience Project is seen as being consistent with and supportive of our CRM current activities to deter and combat IU fishing, including, but not limited, to capacity building in collaboration with the 8-country regional security system, I've already mentioned, and the elucidation of a CARICOM maritime security strategy led by impacts and supported by increasing efforts towards comprehensive maritime domain awareness. It is in this context that we place our support behind Jamaica which in November of last year, with support from the Blue Justice Initiative, launched a new multi-agency fisheries crime coordination mechanism to combat organized crime in the fishing industry. But this, here now, Caribbean Blue Justice Hub, we think will serve as a focal point for the priorities and next steps mapped out in our regional technical meeting we held some time ago, and is, I am proud to say, a fitting addition to the CRFM celebration of 20 years. So, thank you very much.
Nuestras acciones, así que muchas gracias.
Thank you, sir, for bringing it all together to showing how the hub fits in with the CRFM's policy documents, the plans, and for the 20th-year celebration. Now I'd like to ask the Minister of International Development from Norway. I really don't want to assassinate her name. So I would like her to help me when she gets here to bid her greeting. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, and thank you for allowing me the floor to say a few words of congratulations, because this is truly an exciting innovation. We applaud
innovación emocionante. Vemos la dedicación y la implicación de enfoques muy operativos que dan resultados, que han dado como resultados este hub, esta plataforma. Estamos emocionados y damos la bienvenida a las decisiones que se tomaron el año pasado con todos los ministros y oficinas en esta región del Caribe, cómo se han unido para subrayar la importancia a la hora de combatir la pesca ilegal y el crimen organizado. En esa conclusión del Consejo de Ministros señala la importancia de la Declaración de Copenhague y la iniciativa Blue Justice. Y hoy mostramos una hoja de ruta y este hub es un seguimiento concreto de dichas conclusiones. Y es una muestra muy importante de cómo del compromiso de todas las regiones para conseguir una colaboración más fuerte dentro de entre regiones y entre las diferentes agencias, lo cual es muy importante. Y el proyecto de Resiliencia Azul apoyará la implementación de esta hoja de ruta, por supuesto. También me gustaría aprovechar esta oportunidad para reconocer a Jamaica, su ejemplo, para potenciar esta iniciativa. Muchas gracias. Y no solo me gustaría hablar en nombre de Noruega, y en nombre de todos en esta sala cuando decimos que les apoyamos y les felicitamos. Estamos encantados de poder colaborar con ustedes desde Europa. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for those lovely greetings.
Now
we will be having a video presentation about the regional efforts to combat IUU and organized crime in the fisheries sector. Fisheries crime.
Our oceans have been historically a major crime scene.
Jamaica being an archipelagic state that causes us to have an EEZ which is 25 times greater than our landmass. Needless to say, enforcement of this space is both limited by capacity and by cost.
If we look on the foreign motor fishing vessels that we have apprehended since the 1980s, and if we extrapolate the information on the average rate of poaching, we are looking at losing approximately 300 million US due to the foreign IUU fishing.
IUU fishing accounts for up to 30% of the total global catch, valued at several billion of US dollars.
IUU fishing creates economic hardships for our people, our countries, our fishing enterprises, our small-scale fishers in particular, who abide by the rules and in consequence face unfair competition from IUU operators. IUU fishing by foreigners is a violation of our sovereignty and territorial integrity. We in the Caribbean region cannot continue to allow our fishery resources to be plundered and destroyed and our conservation efforts undermined by criminal operators operating in the fishery sector. CRFM is a regional institution established by the heads of government of the Caribbean community. Fisheries crime and IUU fishing have naturally been high priority areas for the CRFM for several years. And in fact, we have made significant strides in addressing them, in my opinion, but there's still a lot more to be done.
The CRFM has been instrumental in awareness building and advocacy to combat and deter IUU fishing in the region. Since the Castries Declaration in 2010, Jamaica has been involved in several initiatives through the CRFM, such as the development of a regional strategy on the monitoring, control, and surveillance to combat IUU in the CARICOM, CARIFORUM region in 2013. Jamaica has also benefited from the updating of our prosecution and enforcement manuals, the development of a regional strategy on IUU fishing in 2015, the training of our enforcement officers, and in 2019, the development of a decade-year plan to prevent and to deter IUU fishing in all WECFC members.
We have been working with the Caribbean Regional Fisheries Mechanism, CRFM, since 2017 in bringing a training program for the member states, Coast Guard, Maritime Law Enforcement units that will give them some tools to work with in terms of not only a background with fisheries management, but in terms of looking at the enforcement component, actually preparing and getting cases of a fisheries nature to court for a resolution.
This problem requires regional and international level cooperation to address effectively. So Norway is making available to us satellite technology and other digital tools and platforms to help small vulnerable countries like ours build capacity and cooperate with others and so strengthen our overall efforts to combat the problem of IUU and organized crime in the fishery sector.
The Copenhagen Declaration complements the 2010 Castries Declaration on IUU fishing, which provides CRFM member states with a harmonized framework to combat IUU fishing.
Through the Caribbean Regional Fisheries Mechanism in CARICOM, no less than 12 Caribbean countries have decided to join the declaration. Through Blue Justice, Norway supports a number of projects against fisheries crime. This includes the training of law enforcement, interagency and international cooperation, and the development of digital tools.
My vision is to see the Blue Justice Caribbean Hub serving as that nexus to have active information exchange, communication and cooperation between all countries in the region using the Blue Justice platform.
To have a holistic strategy, legal framework and policy apparatus to fulfill our needs, to secure our borders and our natural resources.
And together with the UNDP Blue Resilience, we hope to bolster the capacity for training and capacity support so that we can really now combat the transnational organized crime in the fisheries sector.
We're very grateful for these initiatives, and we're hopeful that in the coming months and years, we can turn the table on the illegal operators and eventually stamp them out completely from the region.
Okay, so that demonstrates and shows the commitment of the region and our fisheries mechanism and the countries around. So now I'll ask our Honorable Minister Pernell Charles Jr. from Jamaica, Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries, to give us his address. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bellamy. Good afternoon, colleagues, ministers, excellencies, all of the distinguished, lovely people on the platform here. There's not a lot that I need to say because so much has been said already. But since we took the time to make this lovely slideshow, I'm going to go through, and I've always wanted to do this, can I tell you? So, Professor Childs right now. Right on the screen you see.
En la pantalla pueden observar.
Oh no, I don't need to. Okay. You can tell that I'm just learning. I can look there.
Lo siento, tengo que verla aquí.
We all want the same thing.
Todos vemos lo mismo y vivimos lo mismo.
Create opportunities for a better life
crear oportunidades
for those who are depending on us, those who we
para
serve.
Aquellos que dependen
we want
de
to
recursos marinos.
Advance the big T, the transformation. But we need to do so in a very deliberate way, in a way that doesn't lead to chaos, but rather creates a design that is coordinated.
Un diseño que esté coordinado.
Again, we start with the philosophy that
con esta filosofía
we are all elements, molecules.
De que todos somos elementos, moléculas.
If we fill a space, then there'll be no room for anything else.
Si no
so if it is filled with good, there's no room for.
Necesitamos la bondad.
But if it is filled with bad, there's no room for.
Pero si está lleno
so where there is fisheries crimes, you won't have sustainable fisheries.
Pesqueros no permiten
but if you were to flip it, where you have sustainable fisheries, you won't have any room for
una pesca sostenible.
What the class needs to let me hold my button. So in the first slide, what we're representing is that with the decrease in illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing, with the decrease in fisheries crimes, we're expecting for there to be more space created so that we can fill it with sustainability. Who said that? You get an A+.
¿Quién lo ha dicho? Sí, tienes un sobresaliente.
It may seem simple,
efectivamente,
but it's a very important concept to understand.
Pero es un concepto muy importante
and
y
for us to do
entenderlo.
So, it requires
partnership.
Because a big part of sustainability is that strategic partnership. You've already heard from others that with the sustainability will come several positive outcomes that will ultimately lead to what we all want, improving the lives for those who we serve.
Las vidas de aquellos a los que
servimos. When the fish stock becomes increased and improved, who benefits? Our fisher folk. Those who live on the coastal areas, who right now don't have the opportunity to send their children to school or to schools where you send your children to. But who will be able to get more money, more revenue, stable from legitimate occupation, so they can open up opportunity. Our artisanal fishers,
nuestros pescadores,
our commercial fishers, and ultimately the countries will benefit.
En última instancia, los países se beneficiarán.
It highlights then the importance of this regional hub,
la importancia de este
because it is a place for us to come together to provide opportunity. And I said it in my presentation earlier,
y ya lo comentaba en mi
that for me,
previamente, que
we are working together to achieve food security.
We're
working together to achieve national security because of the interlink between the activities in our marine space and a lot of opportunities for criminal activity, because we're not seeing that area and monitoring it as much now. And also social mobility, which is the improving in earnings and livelihoods, again, for those who we serve. And I want to just highlight, I had the opportunity when I started politics in 2016. I can't believe that's 7 years ago. I almost sound like I'm becoming a seasoned politician. But I started out in the Ministry of National Security, where I was able to have an understanding and a better perspective of something called situational prevention, which is if you want to limit the ability for a crime to take place, then you have to be able to manage the space where you don't have any light on a street. You're giving criminals an opportunity to walk freely. When you place a light on a street, those who want or don't want to be seen will have to find another path. So with this hub, the hope is that we're putting not lights on the street, but lights on the sea, with more eyes and more monitoring and more surveillance and ultimately more control. So what's the structure of this Blue Justice Caribbean Hub? I said it before that it seems somewhat complex. And you can tell that it's Dr. Bellamy who drew this. But it shows you the several elements to the hub. And I have to look on this screen because that screen is too small for my 4 eyes. You can see all of the various stakeholders from the CRFM to academia and all, buffered and buttressed by our partners, the Norwegian platform managers who are giving support and advice, and most importantly, the success of this hub is going to boil down to cooperation. It's the creation of a facility not for Jamaica. It happens to be in Jamaica. But Jamaica will see that space as a space in Jamaica for all of the region. So when our friends from Montserrat or St. Kitts come, this is their home in Jamaica. And we find it fitting and we're honored to be the place
es muy
where
importante, es
this
un
will be
honor para
reposed.
nosotros
And
ser
we
el
want
centro
to
de este
just
hub.
highlight and acknowledge the CRFM
Subrayar
for
el reconocimiento
really, pushing these initiatives.
por seguir apoyando
And
esta
we
serie
expect
de
that it's going to be a place for
iniciativas
you too.
y esperamos que sea de su
The
gusto
next
también.
slide might be a little scary, but I want you,
Bueno,
as
la
you
próxima
look
diapositiva
towards
quizás
the future,
da un poco de
to
miedo,
remember
pero
how
quiero que
well
echemos un vistazo al
designed
futuro
and structured this slide is.
y cómo es de estructurada
In
esta
action,
diapositiva.
It's going to look like this.
Sí, se parece un poco a esto, lo siento.
So, when we talk about information exchange,
Cuando hablamos de
we
intercambio
often
de
want information to be
a
exchanged
veces
in a
queremos
simplistic way.
intercambiar información
But the reality
forma
is that if the
sencilla,
hub is
pero
working
la realidad es que
efficiently,
si el hub
it's
funciona
going
de
to look
forma
even worse
eficiente,
than this.
va
But it's going to be
parecer
streamlined,
incluso peor
and it's going to
que
be
esta,
effective,
y va a ser
and it's going to be
efectiva
well managed.
y se
So
va a
as the
gestionar de
information is
forma
flying
correcta.
all about
Mientras esta
and
información
creating
vuela de un lugar a otro
complexities,
y
what
crea
we call
todas
a
estas
web
complejidades que
of
llamamos una
information,
red de información,
those lines, as you notice,
estas líneas, tal
might
como
be
pueden observar,
crossing,
puede
but they
que
are
se
all
crucen,
moving from one
pero
destination to
todas
the
se mueven
next
de un destino
in
al
exactly
siguiente,
the way they are designed. So
exactamente
don't
tal y como
be
están
deterred
diseñadas.
by the
Así que
complexity.
no se
Understand
sientan
that
disuadidos
with
por la
cooperation and
complejidad de esta
coordination,
cooperación
those
y coordinación.
complexities
Esta
will be simply
complejidad
efficient.
será simplemente eficiente.
Now, the role that Jamaica will play
El papel que
is
tendrá Jamaica
to identify within
es el de
our
identificar
ministries and agencies a
nuestros
super user
ministerios y agencias
who will have a
como un uso
responsibility
mayor. Tendremos la
to make sure
responsabilidad
that
de
we are
asegurar
advancing the training of other
que
persons who
avanzamos en
can
la formación de los
utilize the platform
procesos para
effectively,
que se pueda utilizar la
and
plataforma
just
de
doing
forma
the following
efectiva
up in terms of the management.
hacer
We're
simplemente
also
el
going to
seguimiento en lo que
identify a
respecta a la
national
gestión.
focal point,
Tenemos que
which will
identificar
be
un punto
the NFA,
central,
as led by Dr. Bellamy, to
NFA,
interact with
representar al
stakeholders,
Bellamy,
to give
para
assistance
interactuar
in
y
terms
dar
of
asistencia
identifying points of conflict in
al
other
identificar
countries,
puntos
and to
de conflictos en
facilitate
otros países
the
y
management
facilitar
and working
la
between
gestión y el
countries and
trabajo
agencies.
entre
And this
países y
process has
agencias.
already
Y este
started.
proceso
I
ya ha
must tell you
empezado. Y debo
that
decirles
the individuals who have been identified
que
are
los
very
individuos
excited
que
about
se han
their
identificado
responsibilities.
están muy emocionados
One
con
of
su
them, Dr.
responsabilidad.
Bellamy,
Uno de
can't
ellos, el
stop
doctor
speaking
Bellamy,
about it.
no puede parar de hablar de
So if
ello.
there's anyone who wants to know more about it, I'm sure that despite the jet lag that we're all feeling, he's more than willing to give you a rundown on his role within this capacity. The other features of the hub that are important is that the hub will be a nexus for active, and we say active because it's not intended, and listen to me carefully, that we will be identifying as an achievement the simple passing of information. Does anybody understand what I'm saying? Sometimes, I'm sounding like a pastor now, so forgive me, but sometimes we tick the box of achievement a little too early. Sometimes achievement for us is simply doing that one step before. I want us to be clear. We want active information, and we want that information to be analyzed, and we want that analytical data to be utilized. So we are being very, very careful to make sure that the regional hub sets its goals in terms of execution towards the right achievements. So it will be a nexus for active and secure information exchange to be utilized, communication and cooperation between the countries in the region. It will facilitate technical and capacity support in conjunction with the UNDP Blue Resilience and the Blue Justice community foster interagency cooperation in and between countries, recognizing the designated in-country focal point operators. It will also provide for confidential and intelligence-driven activities, and it should be like 911. Well, 112, is that it here? You see that I read the brief. Am I the only minister that actually reads the brief? It's like 112, available 24/7. All right, just trying to go back. All right. I literally have no reason to go back, but I've never done this, so I just wanted to try it. Let's go forward. Back? Yes. Okay. Hub activities. So, follow me now, class. The hub activities which have been laid out are pretty simple, and part of what has been articulated already in terms of leveraging the energy that's coming from this launch now. And it's very important to note that we have a full team here from the region. And the reason is because we have prioritized this partnership. This is not just a matter of showing face or appearing at a conference or kind of being a placeholder. And when I say we, I'm speaking for ministers and colleagues now. Following the last 2 years when we had to contemplate that the world might not be going forward, where we all woke up to the movie of COVID and realized that we were part of the movie. It's time to get real. It's time to recognize that we have a small window of opportunity where the mindsets have changed and people have realized the importance of not just talking but acting. And so the activities that we are engaged in now is creating an energy, Sir Milton, that we must not let just pass. It's on us to really utilize the energy and drive it forward from this launch into action, as we heard our minister from Norway say. And so, in addition to that, we'll be facilitating the piloting of innovative digital technology to improve vessel tracking, and that's important. For instance, in Jamaica, we have too many fishers that we are losing because of the inability to track vessels. Very simple things which we may take for granted. In my constituency, for instance, I lose maybe, well, let me not put a number to it, but too many, just because of the simple absence of simple technology. That will change. Lives will change. Families will change. Also, the facilitation of support for the Blue Justice Caribbean Hub's activities, including connecting the other countries in the region to the activity group, which means that we who are here and already connected are ambassadors and should be going out to call on our colleagues to join. The facilitation of support of the Blue Justice Caribbean Hub meetings, and also the raising of awareness and promotion of our activities and forums on bluejustice.org and social media. I want to close off quickly because I know we have a lot more to do in moving towards the commitment that will be made right after my presentation. With the hub comes the responsibility now to advance and endorse the activities. And under this international promotion and branding, there will be an official instrument designating Jamaica as the host country. And Jamaica will develop in cooperation with the UNDP and the Blue Justice Initiative a mission and a vision, which is critical, as well as seeking to promote the hub, because it's important for us to make sure that the society, the people, understand what we are trying to achieve and are participants at this stage. Ministers around the room understand what I'm saying. The people must be a part of this process. If the people are dislocated and disconnected from what we're doing, it will not work, because it cannot work without them. As well as having a newsletter so that we can continue to pass information and share with them. And again, as we close, we have to look towards the vision. Where are we going? We know where we are now, but the goal is to move towards a space where we have constant flow of communication that is leading to implementation that is positive, where we're seeing the reduction in the IUU and the elimination of the fisheries crimes, where we have the kind of framework that is strong and resilient and creating opportunities for innovation in this sector, a sector that we believe, that we know has enormous potential, and where ultimately, lastly, but perhaps most importantly, all of what we're doing must be to the benefit of who? Those we serve. So it's about improving livelihoods. And that's what the roadmap will lead us to in the future. Now, I'm on my last slide. I did not draft this myself. So, I'm going to try the words. Thank you. That's a very simple one. Danke sehr. No? Yes? Merci. 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 Merci beaucoup. Grazie. Obrigado. There's one here, but I need some help from the class. What's it? Heartily? Badang. Badang. Good enough? All right, at least a clap for that. Heartily badang. So let me close off before Dr. Bellamy pulls me off in saying thank you. I want to say thank you for listening to me. I want to say thank you to the UNDP for working with us as partners. I know that your mandate, as stated, is to end poverty, build democratic governance, rule of law, and inclusive institutions. This hub is taking that mandate one step forward. Thank you to the government of Norway. When I was in Portugal, we had the opportunity to interact with colleagues from Norway. Matter of fact, before Portugal, I had the opportunity when I was in the UK to do so. And you have always been very strong friends to this region. And where others talk, you act. I'll leave it there. To the government of Denmark, for your hospitality and for hosting us, we appreciate it. And last but not least, certainly to my colleagues from CARICOM, and special acknowledgement to the CRFM, to the team, Mr. Milton, Mr. Peter, and others, and all of you as friends and stakeholders who are here to witness this historic moment where we have our first regional hub in the world, and many more to come. One love.
Thank you, Minister Charles. And I hope you won't have to teach class many more times. So now, well, some ministers and some advisors representing countries in the region sitting up here with us. And I'm going to give them the opportunity to express their commitment and what they think of the hub. I know we are basically out of time, so we're going to do it quickly. But first of all, I think I should allow the newest member of the community to speak first. Will you allow me to invite the newest member? Minister Defoe from Dominica, please.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Bellamy. Once again, having the protocol established, I would just quickly move to say, as a fellow fisheries practitioner myself professionally, before quickly moving into politics, for 22 years, I've been a stalwart of the region and regional movement and fisheries development in all aspects in CARICOM. And I say 22 years because I started very early. And so I wish to say we have always moved as a family, and I acknowledge the leadership of Jamaica in the region. In CARICOM, we have never tried to duplicate. Whoever takes the lead, we follow and we champion them. So rest assured that the Commonwealth of Dominica will give you all of the support that is required together in the CRFM mechanism so that we can move forward. And this is always we have done as a family, and we remain strong as a family in CARICOM. So this video we presented earlier would have to be edited. I don't know how, because I am sure today we are number 14, right? 12 initially, and we had today our brother from Barbados and our very own Commonwealth of Dominica. So once again, rest assured of Dominica's support in moving forward with Jamaica as the lead as we move to fight fisheries crime. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Defoe. Now, we'll just move from my left going for advisor. Please, sir, you will be speaking on behalf of Grenada, correct, sir? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bellamy. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to be accused of prolonging your agony this afternoon. So what I will do is just to give our full support on behalf of the people and government of Grenada to this initiative presented by Jamaica on behalf of the Caribbean region. In my earlier intervention, I spoke of the issue of fully supporting regional efforts and initiatives throughout the region to ensure that we actively address and deal with this issue of fisheries crime, which affects the international community and small island developing states in particular. I said I do not want to prolong your agony, so I just want to thank you very much, and Dr. Bellamy and Minister Pronell Charles. Grenada gives its full support to this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And now, Minister Duggan.
Ladies and gentlemen, I promise to be extremely brief, but I want to say congratulations to my friend and minister and the country of Jamaica, and also to CARICOM as a whole, because as a new minister myself, I have benefited and felt comforted in the teamwork and brotherhood of CARICOM over the last few months. And I am delighted and impressed with the way forward. And I believe with this step, policing and stopping crimes and fisheries is going to take a huge leap forward. And Jamaica leading the way, we, St. Kitts and Nevis, rest of CARICOM, are delighted to give you full support and follow. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon or good evening.
they say politicians always love the mic and the spotlight. Now, in the Caribbean, we say, together as one. And we have seen today where we are coming together as one to combat a really serious crime or a really serious issue we have within the Caribbean. And standing behind Jamaica or alongside Jamaica, we are happy as the government of Montserrat to support their efforts in helping us combat a very serious issue we have within the Caribbean. Again, well, my political mandate as a MCAP is together we can. And today we are showing as one, we are coming together with unity to fight an issue we face. Once again, we support Jamaica's effort, and thank you to UNDP and the government of Norway for making this a possibility. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. And I just want to call to your attention, earlier today, the Minister from Suriname in his video presentation also expressed his commitment to the hub. So we thank the Minister from Suriname also. So now, I think we are almost at the end of our function, and without the assistance, the guidance, and the help of this person as the project manager for the Blue Resilience Project, Dr. Emma Whitboy, I think a lot of things would not have happened as smooth as they have. She has given a lot of her time and energy into this, and we're going to give her some more work by asking her to give the closing comments. Thank you, Doc.
Right. Oh, the short person is here. I'm going to be extremely brief, but I'll say first of all, Excellencies, dignitaries, everybody who's here in person and live stream, it's absolutely wonderful to have you with us, and it's a real honor to be able to say a few closing words. And a few closing words it will be, first of all, because to speak after His Minister Charles is impossible, because he has said everything and so eloquently, and he's so amusing and charming, so I don't have to try and be funny. So we're going to keep it very, very short here. All right. So as you heard, my name is Emma Whitboy, and I'm with UNDP's Blue Resilience Project, which is part of the Blue Justice Initiative. And dare I say that as co-hosts of the conference, we are so excited to see the great turnout. This has been said so many times today, but it really is fantastic. And it's very motivational to see the commitment to addressing fisheries crime globally. So thank you so very much. I know very well how far many of you have traveled and how difficult the travels have been. So thank you very, very much indeed. Congratulations are in order. So congratulations to Jamaica as the host of this regional hub. And congratulations to all of the Caribbean countries. You've expressed your commitment here to being part of this regional effort. And finally, congratulations to everybody who is here for dedicating their commitment to the goal of fighting this global problem of fisheries crime. So the Blue Resilience Project is very proud to be supporting the establishment of regional justice hubs globally, of which the Caribbean Hub is the first. And these hubs will essentially be nodes for developing and sustaining capacity on interagency cooperation to address fisheries crime, both in the host country and then between the countries in the region. And the hub will serve the specific needs that are identified by the countries in the region. And this is exactly what we've heard here today. The countries know what the challenges are, they know, and one needs to then be working with and building on existing knowledge and skills in the countries, in the region, and working in close coordination with existing mechanisms and policy frameworks. That's what needs to be done. And the secure online digital platform that has been mentioned, the Blue Justice Community, provides the digital town hall, as it was, for these hubs and for this Blue Justice Caribbean Hub. It's here where information can be safely exchanged and data analysis can take place, but also where government agencies can connect, where they can talk, communicate, and they can build the trust that is absolutely vital to be able to jointly deal with the challenge that is ahead. So that's all I'm going to say, also because I'm getting extreme pressure because we need to go upstairs and start with our food and our snacks. We wish the Blue Justice Caribbean Hub all the best, and we all are, and I personally very much am looking forward to working closely with you in your wonderful work that I know lies ahead. And thank you so much for all the kind words and all the support, and thank you also to Ava from the Jamaican Multi-Country Office for being here. It's such a pleasure. Thank you so very much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of our segment. So thank you all for being here to witness this occasion. Thank you, ministers, for your contribution. Have a lovely day. Oh, yes.
Oh,
he was asking if we can get a photo.
Oh, a photo. A photo will happen, and then if I may please ask you to move as swiftly as possible up to the reception, simply because there are a number of people who will still be speaking, and we're running a little bit late. So I will allow the photo, and then swiftly up, please.
Thank you.